Chapter 2797. These humans, I'm afraid their brains are all damaged. All the experts from the beast race laughed. They looked at everyone with ridicule. Especially the old man who spoke. He actually had an arrogant look on his face. He was simply too arrogant. The beast race couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. The disparity in strength between the two sides was too great. Master, since you're here to help, you should have brought more people with you, Du Xiaofu said to Yu Yuqian with a bitter expression on his face. His heart was heavy. Originally, only 200 people were in danger. Now, it seemed like all the forces of the Yuqing divine nation were going to die here. Uncle, you must have notified the Yunyang sect. However, the experts from that side won't be able to make it here in time, someone in the crowd thought. Only by borrowing the power of the 3,000 sectors could they hope to get out of this situation. However, if those experts wanted to cross over to this place, it would take a long time. Xiaofu, my disciple, rest at ease. Since I'm here, I'll bring you back in one piece. No one in the Yunyang sect will be left behind. Yu Yuqian didn't take Du Xiaofu and the others' words to heart. Instead, he forced a smile and said to Du Xiaofu. After saying this, he turned his eyes again and looked at the countless beast race experts around him. He snorted coldly and said, "A group of evil creatures, how dare you touch this old man's people? If you don't know how to appreciate favors, so what if I destroy this world?" His words were deep and he still looked arrogant. If Yu Yuqin was from the beast race, he would have been wagging his tail in the air. Everyone who heard this felt a little dazed. They didn't know where this old man got his confidence from. Perhaps, only an extremely small number of people would be able to find some clues. The saber in Junior Brother Yu's hand, it's the blood saber. Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and a few others all stared at Yu Tian's hand. To be precise, they stared at the saber in his hand. Their eyes trembled violently as if they couldn't believe it. This saber was too familiar. It was just that they hadn't seen it for many years. The power it released was even more obscure. In addition, the meditative expert from the Taisher Demon Dragon clan also stared motionlessly at the saber that was emitting a bloody light. Many people saw this scene, but no one took it to heart. That was because the saber looked very ordinary. Nothing. Uncle Yu Tian's blood saber. Looks, he's really angry this time. Long San, Ling Feng, and the others blinked. The shock in their hearts was enormous. What that saber represented, the saber represented. Yu Tian's with Yu Tian Yu, Chu Daoju S. When the others heard this, they thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. They knew Yu Yuqian too well. Even though he wasn't good at teaching his disciples, he was definitely second to none when it came to protecting his disciples. Du Xiaofu was a disciple he had recently accepted and treasured very much. How could he possibly allow him to die in this Jian Su Jinghua heaven? When they thought about it this way, everyone felt that it was understandable that he had brought bloodshed here. Humans, you will pay the price for your arrogance. At the same time, someone from the beast race shouted loudly. I don't care where you came from. Since you're here, you can all go to hell together. Kill 1,000 sempiternal realm experts. Killing them will be fun. Why are you still talking to them? Just kill them. More and more beasts began to yell, and they began to gather their terrifying auras as they charged toward Du Xiaofu and the others. They did not want to wait any longer, especially the Taisher Demon Dragon, the Green Blood Giants, and the Divine Netherworld Tribe. They only wanted to kill those humans as soon as possible. At the very least, they had to kill Du Xiaofu first before they could feel at ease. Rumble! Boundless energy waves surged, and a terrifying tremor occurred in tens of millions of miles. The void cracked apart piece by piece, turning into chaos. The majestic auras were like mountains and seas. The power of countless laws intertwined and broke through the boundless space. The order of this world was in chaos. The sky exploded, the earth sank, and all living beings trembled. At least 30,000 sempiternal realm beasts attacked together. The aura was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. It swept past and crushed toward Du Xiaofu and the others. Many people's faces changed when they saw such a terrifying scene. He Mengchang, Hu Yuanquan, Duan Baichuan, and the others who came with him also trembled. They were ordered to come here, but they did not know what trump card their divine emperor had. However, when they broke through the giant net that trapped Du Xiaofu and the others, they vaguely knew that the long saber in his hand was extraordinary. "Everyone, back off!" Yu Taiyan shouted and ordered Chu Daoju, He Mengchang, Du Xiaofu, and the others to back off. Then, his palm glowed brightly, and he flew up, holding the long saber in his hand. Roar! In the blink of an eye, a dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Yu Taiyan's palm glowed brightly, and an infinite amount of qi was channeled into the long saber in his hand. Amidst the flickering blood-red light, the entire blade was blood-red with a tinge of gold. Amidst the stillness, there was a murderous and fierce aura. Following the natural and moving blade arc, a circle of pitch-black spatial crack appeared in the void at the edge. Rumble! At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth in this part of the void was drawn invisibly. A formless golden light seeped out of the void. The entire void was filled with golden light, and a murderous aura swept out. Following this, a terrifying power descended between heaven and earth, carrying with it a suppressive force that could destroy everything. So powerful! Du Xiaofu's eyes could not stop trembling. He was shocked by the power of the blood. However, this was only the beginning. What would make his heart tremble even more was yet to come. Then, in the void, Yu Taiyan stepped forward. Facing the attacks of so many powerhouses, he was not afraid at all. His entire being was like a god in the sky, domineering and peerless. It was as if one man could hold back 10,000 men. Yu Taiyan raised his saber and slashed down. Swoosh! Blood-gold light burst forth, and a dazzling saber light pierced through the air, striking the energy tide formed by the combined forces of the many beasts. Crackle! It was just a simple collision, but all the laws of heaven and earth that had been rewritten in the surrounding space were instantly obliterated. As for the saber light, it instantly slaughtered its way into the group of beast race powerhouses and instantly annihilated a large number of them. At this moment, at least a few thousand beasts were harvested by the saber light like ripe wheat in the ground, ending their lives. None of the people who were swept by the saber light suffered any injuries. However, their vitality was cut off in an instant, and they became corpses that fell from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. How is this possible? Countless people were dumbfounded. Looking at Yu Taiyan high in the sky, they felt their hearts beating uncontrollably. The combined attack of tens of thousands of people could not withstand a simple attack from him. This was too terrifying. Even a powerhouse in the meditative realm would find it difficult to achieve this. He's not strong himself. What strong is that saber? At this moment, a beast powerhouse finally realized the abnormality of the situation. Yu Taiyan's cultivation level was higher than many people present, so naturally, they could see through him with a single glance. If they wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as taking something out of one's pocket if so many powerhouses swarmed him. However, the seemingly ordinary saber in his hand was too terrifying. An extremely simple strike had taken the lives of a few thousand immortal realm experts. This was simply too terrifying, and it was impossible for others not to feel terrified by this. What level of weapon is that? A powerhouse asked in a trembling voice. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and his expression was extremely exaggerated. He looked like he was about to lose his mind. Could it be a supreme-grade law true weapon? Someone asked suspiciously, thinking of such a possibility. No! Impossible! A law true weapon can't be this powerful. Another person spoke up, his tone changing as he spoke. Everyone knew that in the 33 heavens the weapons were divided into 4 major levels: divine weapons, law true weapons, chaos Tao weapons, and primeval treasures. However, the highest level of primeval treasures only existed in legends and had never appeared in the world. If one wanted to forcefully trace it back, it was likely that only powerhouses succeeded in refining it before the beginning of the chaos. Legend had it that the item Pengi used to create the world was a primeval treasures. However, with the passage of time, the primeval treasures had been buried in the dust of history with generation after generation of powerhouses. It was impossible to see such a powerful primeval treasures. As for law true weapons, as the name implied, they carried the power of laws. If ordinary weapons were engraved with talisman arrays to increase their power, then law true weapons were engraved with the true meaning of laws, the laws and logos of heaven and earth, and the true meaning of the great Tao. Every law true weapon was rare and could not be refined unless one was at the immortal stage. Once it appeared, it was an existence that could suppress a part of the world. When the power of laws it contained leaked out, it had the power to destroy the world. Even immortal stage powerhouses would treat it as a treasure. For the many races in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, especially the many powerhouses who came here, although law true weapons were very rare to them, it was not like they had never seen one before. Among the primordial demon dragons, the green blood giants, the divine netherworld clan and some other major races, even if they were to combine all of them, they could still find one or two supreme-grade law true weapons. Therefore, they knew very well that the long blade in Yutayan's hand was definitely not a supreme-grade law true weapon, because a supreme-grade law true weapon could not display such terrifying power. A Chaos Dao weapon. It must be a Chaos Dao weapon, someone said with fear and trepidation. His eyes were wide open, and he was deeply shocked. Legend had it that after Pengu created the world, when Yin and Yang were obscure, the chaos chi in the world was extremely rich, and the living beings of that time were also endlessly powerful. They used the chaos chi left behind by the creation of the chaos to refine many powerful divine weapons. They could cut the sun, moon, and stars above, cut the greater thousand worlds below. There was nothing in the blue dome of heaven that could not be broken, nothing that could not be destroyed. However, this was still not the most terrifying part of a Chaos Dao weapon. A Chaos Dao weapon, in the hands of an expert, could directly cut through the laws of the world, shatter the invisible order, and cause the world energy to become chaotic. When used against a living being, such a terrifying method was even more shocking. Even an immortal stage powerhouse who had mastered a certain complete primitive law could create a domain that could be cut through by a Chaos Dao weapon in an instant. It could not pose any threat to the opponent. Therefore, for all the current practitioners, Chaos Dao weapons were the pinnacle of existence. Perhaps, in the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven, there might not even be a Chaos Dao weapon. Even if there was such a terrifying treasure, it must be in the hands of an extremely powerful meditative realm expert. Chaos Dao weapon! That's a Chaos Dao weapon! How could these humans have a Chaos Dao weapon? The beastmen panicked. Their faces all turned pale. No one dared to imagine that these humans had brought a Chaos Dao weapon. It was a treasure weapon that was very difficult to find in the entire 33 heavens. With a Chaos Dao weapon, as long as one's cultivation was high enough, he could directly cut through the barrier between worlds, allowing these humans to leave easily. In other words, if one of these humans could exert a small part of the long knife's power, he could cut through the barrier between worlds and return to his own world directly. This was countless times faster than using a wormhole. The grudges between us and the Qian Su Jinghua heaven can be settled later. Now I'm going to take them away. Is there anyone stopping me? After Yutayan's attack, his eyes were like two blazing suns, sweeping over the many experts on the periphery. He came here only to save people. He did not want to make a bigger commotion. There must still be a few meditative forgetfulness experts in this world. If he alarmed them, he was afraid that he would attract even more trouble. Most importantly, with his cultivation, not to mention using the strongest power of blood slaughter, even if he only slashed out a few more times, he was afraid that his body's power would be completely exhausted. It would not be a wise move to cause more chaos at this time. Under the coercion of Yutayan's gaze, the densely packed beast-men retreated in panic. Who would dare to come forward to court death? Everyone saw the power of that slash just now. No one wanted to go up and court death for no reason. A chaos-style weapon? It doesn't look like it. All the beast men were retreating. Only one person was still standing in place, not moving. This was an old man. The white hair on the top of his head and the teeth in his mouth were about to fall out. His stooped body stood there without emitting the slightest ripple. He looked like a candle in the wind. His pair of muddy old eyes stared fixedly at the long knife in Utayan's hand, muttering incessantly. When a chaos-style weapon is born, its power is much stronger than this. Could it be a half-step chaos-style weapon? The demonic dragon patriarch muttered, as if thinking about something. His cultivation was the deepest among those present. He was in the meditative forgetfulness realm. His divine sense was also the sharpest, and could see the essence of many things that others could not see through. The demonic dragon patriarch frowned. That long knife gave him a very strange feeling. It did not seem like a chaos-style weapon. Although he did not possess such a terrifying weapon, he had seen it before and knew how terrifying a chaos-style weapon was. Even if it was just placed there quietly, it could still suppress this part of the universe. Many beastmen would not be able to fight it head-on. Under the power of a chaos-style weapon, they would be forced to crawl away. Therefore, the demonic dragon patriarch guessed that it might be a half-step chaos-style weapon. It was only a step away from a true chaos-style weapon, but its power was much weaker. However, this idea was quickly overturned by him. If it was only a half-step chaos-style weapon in the hands of an immortal realm expert, it would not be able to repel tens of thousands of beastmen in one blow, and kill thousands more. Not to mention a half-step chaos-style weapon, even an ordinary chaos-style weapon would not be able to do this. After all, the cultivation of the person who controlled it was still too shallow. Old Turtle, are you going to stop us from leaving? Seeing the demonic dragon patriarch standing still, Yu Qian could not sit still any longer. He immediately stepped forward and pointed at the other party's nose as he scolded. His aura soared into the sky as he shouted in front of a meditative forgetfulness expert. He did not feel the slightest bit of fear, just like a fool. But now that things had developed to this point, no one thought that there was something wrong with his head. With the help of a chaos-style weapon, these humans did indeed have the qualifications to leave safely. Facing Yu Qian's curses, the demonic dragon patriarch's expression did not change. He only nodded his head lightly. I can let you go, but only if you leave behind two things. The demonic dragon patriarch extended two fingers and slowly said, One is the blade in your hand. The second is him. As he spoke, he turned his gaze and cast it on Du Xiaofu's body with an unquestionable expression. Looks like the patriarch is about to make a move. With the demonic dragon patriarch making a move, these humans shouldn't be able to continue jumping around. Ancestor, you must kill them. At the very least, you have to leave behind that purple-robed youth's life and that chaos-style blade. This time, it will definitely be foolproof. Killing Du Xiaofu will be considered a completion of the mission, and we will also be able to obtain a chaos-style artifact. This time, it seems like the primordial demon dragon clan is going to be rich. When the many beasts heard the words of the demonic dragon patriarch, they all became excited. Things had developed to such an extent that it was simply full of twists and turns. Fortunately, there was still the existence of this meditative realm. They really wanted to see how that human would be able to contend against the demonic dragon patriarch. One had to know that even though a chaos-style artifact in the hands of an immortal ranker was extraordinary, it was still unlikely to be able to contend against a true meditative realm expert. Since the demonic dragon patriarch dared to say such words, there was no doubt that he definitely had the confidence to face those humans. This result caused Yu Qian to sneer. Old Turtle, you really dare to open your mouth. My disciple must be taken away, but this old man can give you this blade, but do you dare to take it? Chapter 2798. Yu Qian cast a sidelong glance at the dragon demon patriarch with a sneer on his face. This time, it was his turn to look at the demonic dragon ancestor, as if he was looking at a retard, containing an indescribable sense of ridicule. Ha! Hearing what Yu Qian said, Yu Taiyan, Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng and the others all laughed out loud at the same time. They laughed so hard that they swayed back and forth. This hairless old turtle's eyes are really good. He actually took a fancy to that guy's bloodthirst. Ha ha ha, I have to say, he still has some eyesight. Perhaps he can see that this blade is extraordinary. He, just like what Marshall uncle you said, what's the harm in giving this bloodthirst to him? Ha 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 ha, I've seen bold people, but I've never seen someone bold to this extent. Since he wants it, then give it to him. He he. Junior brother, you, give him the saber. I want to see how he will accept this great gift. Chu Daoju and the others were all laughing silly. Everyone looked at the Dragon Demon Patriarch, and the word, awesome, unconsciously appeared in their hearts. They deeply admired the Dragon Demon Patriarch, and simply prostrated themselves on the ground. At this time, in their eyes, the Dragon Demon Patriarch was not a terrifying expert of the meditative realm, but a completely arrogant person. To Chu Daoju and the others, the words he said were the biggest joke in the world. What is the background of this bloodthirst? At the side, Du Xiaofu also raised his eyebrows. Just by looking at the crazed expressions of the crowd, he could tell that the blade in Yu Tian's hand must have an extremely terrifying owner. To be able to treat an expert like the Dragon Demon Patriarch as if he was nothing. In other words, bloodthirst was definitely not something he could touch. Du Xiaofu was very curious. He also wanted to know who the owner of that long saber was, to actually be able to make a meditative realm expert become the laughingstock of everyone. What an arrogant human, you dare to be so impudent in front of the Patriarch. Kill them all, don't let a single one of them go. You dare to look down on a meditative realm expert, you deserve to die. Many beast race experts couldn't help but cry out. Who was the demonic dragon ancestor? That was a meditative realm expert, a peak existence in the 33 heavens. In the eyes of all living creatures, he was a godlike existence. It could be said that if such a powerhouse was truly angered, then everyone in the 33 heavens would have to take him seriously. Yet, these humans actually dared to look down on such a person. How could they not be angry? Looks like your background is really big, but I wonder which faction you are from? At this time, the Dragon Demon Ancestor also became serious and solemn. His face, which was as old as the bark of a tree, was filled with caution. Within the 33 heavens, there were many powerful races. The human race was one of them. However, the human race and the beast race had very different racial concepts. They were divided into many factions, and each had their own way of governing. However, it was undeniable that there were many human forces that were incomparably powerful. There were also many that were more powerful than their primordial demonic dragon clan. Therefore, at this time, the Dragon Demon Ancestor didn't immediately attack because of the contempt of these humans. Instead, he suppressed the anger in his heart and wanted to inquire about their origins. Clearly, a person who could take out a primal chaos Dao tool and look down on him like this must have an even more terrifying powerhouse behind him. That powerhouse was even far above him. Perhaps, that existence had reached the third stage of meditative realm, looking through reincarnation. If that was really the case, then it would be terrifying. If it was in the past, their primordial demonic dragon clan really couldn't afford to offend them. You talk too much nonsense. Yu Yuqian sneered and said sarcastically. This old man only brought these people to Qiansu Jinghua Heaven. We're leaving now, and we won't leave anyone behind. If you really want this blade, I can give it to you now. He didn't want to say more. He just wanted to take Du Xiaofu and the others away. Is that so? The Dragon Demon Ancestor's eyes shrank. His turbid eyes suddenly lit up. He kept thinking in his heart, knowing that the origins of these humans were really extraordinary. If that's the case, then let me see what kind of ability you have. The Dragon Demon Ancestor thought for a long time and then said so. In the bottom of his eyes, a strong sense of greed flashed. In the end, all rationality was covered up. A primal chaos Dao tool, such a treasure, no one would be unmoved. Even if there really was a powerhouse behind these humans, he wouldn't be too afraid. Only because the primordial demonic dragon clan, the green blood giant clan, and the divine Netherworld clan had reached an agreement with some people. With that terrifying background, he wasn't afraid of the threat of these humans. Humph! Then let's see which one of you can stop us from leaving today! Yu Taiyan snorted coldly, and suddenly stabbed the long blade into the void. Rumble! The void exploded. Rings of spatial ripples filled the surroundings and spread in all directions. In these ripples, there was a profound law of heaven and earth, and the order of the great Tao, affecting the entire world. Under such power, everyone retreated far away, not daring to stay in the surroundings. Destroy! The dragon demon ancestor stood motionless and softly spat out such a word. At the same time, his hands were rapidly moving in the void. Mystical and mysterious techniques flashed through the air as the laws of the world wove together in his hands. They turned into a terrifying and invisible wave that spread outwards and collided with the ripples emitted by the saber, bloodlust. Buzz! A muffled sound shook the world. This part of the world shook. The firmament collapsed, the earth turned upside down, the universe rotated, and the void collapsed. Countless creatures in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven panicked. They prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled incessantly. Many of the weaker cultivators who were closer to the battlefield had their bodies directly explode under such power, turning into clouds of blood mist and dying an unnatural death. This simple collision was like the end of the world. Many places were scarlet red, blood rained, and the world shook. The world was in a mess. Too terrifying! Is this the strength of the meditative realm? That primal chaos Dao tool is also very terrifying. It can actually have such power. The foundation of these humans is so deep. What kind of existence have we provoked? I hope the dragon demon ancestor can kill that human and seize the primal chaos Dao tool. More than 100,000 immortal experts in the surroundings spoke with trembling voices, their eyes full of shock. Under the collision just now, because they were very close, they all suffered different degrees of shock. At this time, they felt the blood in their bodies boiling, their primordial spirits trembling, and their heads spinning. At this time, they really took Du Xiaofu and the others seriously and listed them as great enemies. They only hoped that the dragon demon ancestor could suppress Yu Taiyan. In this way, they would have the hope of continuing to crush these humans. Qi! In the void, the huge storm of laws caused by the long-distance attack of Yu Taiyan and the dragon demon ancestor did not affect them at all. They were still standing facing each other. Yu Taiyan's momentum was like a rainbow. His robe fluttered, like a god in the sky. As for the dragon demon ancestor, his whole body was rippling with invisible secret power. His eyes were clear and his stooped body straightened. He no longer looked as ordinary as before. What a powerful meditative realm! In the void behind Yu Taiyan, Du Xiaofu's throat could not help but move up and down. He kept swallowing his saliva and felt his whole body heat up. The power of the meditative realm made his blood boil, and he yearned for it greatly. In addition, the long saber in Yu Taiyan's hand made Du Xiaofu envious. It was definitely a rare treasure in this world. With it in hand, an immortal expert could fight head-on with a meditative realm powerhouse. Just as Du Xiaofu was in shock, Yu Qian suddenly said something in dissatisfaction, causing Du Xiaofu's eyeballs to almost fall to the ground. If it wasn't for a part of the blood sword's power being sealed, we wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. With one slash, we could have chopped that old turtle into 18 pieces. Yu Qian muttered and said gloomily. But in Du Xiaofu's ears, this sentence was like a clap of thunder ringing in his ears. That blood sword was so terrifying, but a part of its power was sealed. This, Du Xiaofu could not imagine how powerful it would be if it exploded with all its power. Could it be that this master of his was blowing his own trumpet? Was he not afraid that the wind would cut his tongue? Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes. His intuition told him that Yu Qian was definitely bragging. However, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, Long San, and the others were nodding like chickens pecking at rice. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this old man's bragging was true? No wonder this old kid has so many treasures that are hard to find in the world. It turns out that he has a terrifying great figure behind him. Beside everyone, Elder Kong also looked at Yu Qian in extreme shock. Only now did he understand that this old man must have a terrifying existence behind him. Moreover, the relationship between the two was extremely deep. Otherwise, how could he have summoned such a terrifying treasure? In addition, this old man usually ate treasures like snacks. It must be related to that terrifying powerhouse. Young man, don't think that just because you have a treasure in hand, you can fight against a meditative realm expert. With your strength, it's not enough to use this chaos treasure too much. I'm afraid that if you use it a few more times, you won't be able to withstand it. The demonic dragon patriarch looked at Yu Taiyan opposite him and said indifferently. He walked in the void step by step toward Yu Taiyan. At the same time, one could see a dragon-like chain mark winding around him, containing the power of heaven and earth and the rules of the firmament. This was a powerhouse who had truly touched the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. Just the power that was naturally released was engraved with the traces of the laws. Whether I can fight or not is not up to you. Yu Taiyan snorted and did not say anything more. He slowly raised the blood-gold saber in his hand and pointed it at the demonic dragon patriarch. The blade was clear and bright, blood-red with a hint of gold. It faintly emitted a dragon's roar that made one's heart tremble. In fact, Yu Taiyan's heart was slightly solemn. Just as the demonic dragon patriarch had said, this bloody saber was too powerful, far beyond the scope of his control. If it weren't for a part of its power being sealed in some other methods, with his immortal realm cultivation base, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to touch it. Even so, he could only use less than 10% of the sealed bloody saber's power. Very well. Yu Taiyan's unwillingness to back down caused the demonic dragon patriarch's words to sink. He said softly, "Then let me see how much power you can use with this treasure in hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out all 10 fingers on both hands and plucked them repeatedly in the void, as if he was plucking invisible zither strings. As he moved again and again, Yu Taiyan opposite him, as well as the many beasts in the distant sky, Du Xiaofu, Chu Daoju, and the others, all felt a mysterious force rise up around them, constantly vibrating. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had lost control of their bodies. They actually moved along with the vibrating force, completely out of their control. This situation was the same for Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the other high-level Immortal Realm experts. The power of law is being directly mobilized. That old turtle is too scary. Everyone knew that the demonic dragon patriarch, as a meditative realm expert, had already integrated a complete primordial law. Everything in the world was constructed from the laws, and living beings were no exception. Under the demonic dragon patriarch's control, the power of law in their bodies produced a huge fluctuation. Under such circumstances, the other party only needed a thought to trigger the power of law, and everyone would be annihilated without a trace. The feeling of not being able to control their own bodies caused fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a moment before it disappeared. This was because Yu Taiyan, with bloody saber in his hand, had directly slashed down from the sky, severing all the law connections in the periphery. Soon after, he and the demonic dragon ancestor clashed once again. This is a true powerhouse. Du Xiaofu's gaze fluctuated violently as he watched the demonic dragon patriarch gently strike out with his palm. As if it was moving a part of the world, it carried an incomparably terrifying force and brazenly descended, directly slapping towards Yu Taiyan. "Old tortoise, let me see how hard your tortoise shell is." Yu Taiyan roared and slashed down with his saber. A ray of saber light spread out, dazzling and peerless. Under the illumination of this saber light, the entire world darkened, as if this was the only thing left in the world. Rumble! The saber light and the palm collided, causing a huge explosion that shook the world. On the battlefield, traces of law flickered and collided with each other. This time, both of them deliberately controlled the release of their power to avoid causing harm to the people around them. However, in the area between Yu Taiyan and the demonic dragon patriarch, a strange scene appeared. There, mountains rotated, mountains and rivers appeared, the sun and moon rose together, stars fell, and the common people charged. Everything that could be seen in the world appeared between the two of them, entangling and intertwining with each other, causing violent collisions. The void was smashed into pieces and turned into chaos, and then the chaos was destroyed and turned into nothingness. A dark hole appeared there, swallowing everything in all directions. In the howling wind, all the mysterious power of law was swept away. This scene was not too frightening in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of many immortal realms, it was indescribably shocking. This was not a simple collision of energy, but even surpassed the ordinary power of law and evolved into traces of the great Tao. Both the demonic dragon patriarch and Shui Lu were terrifying. Can Junior brother you still hold on? Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the others were trembling. At the same time, they were also worried for Yu Taiyan. They were very clear about Shui Lu's origin, and to control it was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. That guy must have done something to it so that Yu Taiyan could use it to fight the enemy. However, to use it like this, the consumption was incomparably huge. No one knew how many times Yu Taiyan could use it. If he could not win, it would be very troublesome in the future. Young man, your strength is still too weak. Do as I say. As long as you leave Du Xiaofu behind, I can let you all go. The demonic dragon patriarch's seemingly light palm hit the long saber in Yu Taiyan's hand directly. Instantly, Dao He was sent flying by the attack. He quickly retreated and smashed through space. Being shaken by the power of the meditative realm, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, corroding the void and creating small black holes. His face flushed red in an instant, and his blood was boiling. After this move, Yu Taiyan was already injured. On the contrary, the long saber in his hand, Shui Lu, did not tremble at all. The second stage of meditative realm. Yu Taiyan retreated thousands of miles, piercing through the boundless void before he could stop himself. He looked at the demonic dragon patriarch solemnly. This old tortoise had broken through the stage of oblivion and stepped into the realm of oblivion. It was indeed terrifying. Since you're unwilling to hand over this saber and Du Xiaofu, then you can all die together. The demonic dragon patriarch took a step forward, but with one step, he appeared in front of Yu Taiyan. Then, he raised his palm again and slammed it down without any fanciful moves. Facing such a blow, Yu Taiyan could not help but smile bitterly. Shui Lu, Shui Lu. Today, in my hands, I've greatly degraded your reputation. He reached out and stroked the saber, ignoring the demonic dragon patriarch who was approaching him. Instead, he sighed inexplicably. Yu Taiyan's eyes were filled with helplessness. He suddenly threw the long saber in his hand into the void and muttered, "Next, you'll have to rely on yourself." After the long saber Shui Lu was thrown out, it hung in the air. Suddenly, the saber's body shone brightly, more than 10,000 times brighter than before. Waves of desolate aura emanated from the long saber, rolling like a tide. There was an ancient power fluctuating. The hazy blood-golden light sprinkled down, and the aura of Shui Lu continued to rise. Shui Lu has unsealed itself. That old tortoise is finished this time. In the distance, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, and Long San saw this scene and could not help but exclaim in shock. Chapter 2799. In the distant sky, the hundreds of thousands of beast race immortals were all looking at the long blade floating in the sky, their eyes filled with shock. On the other side, Du Xiaofu's expression was also very interesting. Today, he felt an unprecedented shock. On the other hand, Yu Qian, Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the others, besides some excitement in their eyes, were more like it was natural. This long blade has actually been sealed before. Opposite Yu Taiyan, the dragon demon ancestor's eyes were also fiercely twitching. He found this hard to believe. The extraordinary aspects of this long saber had already shocked him. It was much more powerful than an ordinary Chaos Taoist weapon. However, from the looks of it, when it was in Yu Taiyan's hands, it was still in a sealed state. At this moment, under the rapid removal of the seal, The terrifying power of law intertwined endlessly and rapidly sublimated. Faintly, a terrifying pressure spread out, but it did not spread out in the void. Instead, it formed a tyrannical pressure that directly pressed down on the dragon demon ancestor. Pfft. Under this terrifying aura, the dragon demon ancestor directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly turned deathly pale. He clutched his chest and couldn't help but retreat in panic. His body bent once again, even more than before. What was released from the long blade was not just the simple power of law, but also the power of the great Tao, directly injuring him. What a terrifying power! Is this really a Chaos Tao tool? The dragon demon ancestor's heart could not help but tremble. His entire body was trembling incessantly. He thought of a possibility. Could it be that this long blade was not a Chaos Tao tool? But he shook his head forcefully, not daring to imagine any further. However, once such a thought appeared, the dragon demon ancestor himself could not restrain himself. He felt fear in his heart for no reason. He himself was an expert who had touched the true great Tao. A Chaos Tao tool in the hands of a meditative realm expert might be able to severely injure him, but at this moment, no one was controlling the long blade. It was just that when it unsealed itself, it naturally emitted a power that actually caused him to suffer a Tao injury. This. Too terrifying. Seeing the demonic dragon ancestor continuously retreat, the many beast clans in the distant sky were all surprised. What's wrong with the patriarch? He seems to be afraid of something. That long saber is undergoing a transformation. Just some faint fluctuations are enough to make me feel uneasy. I'm afraid that this thing really has a frightening origin. Could it be that the ancestor recognized its origin? The pressure from the bloodshed was all directed at the dragon demon ancestor, so no one else felt that it was terrifying, and no one was injured. The pressure of the great Tao contained within was only suppressing the demonic dragon ancestor. No one else was able to pry into it. No one below the meditative realm had the qualifications to peek at the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Old turtle, if you want, I'll keep this saber. Now that we're leaving, you can try to stop us. Yu Taiyan said in a deep voice as he looked at the demonic dragon ancestor. He looked at the other party with a clear gaze, without the slightest fear. In fact, Yu Taiyan still had the ability to continue activating the sealed bloodshed, but he didn't want to continue wasting time here. After knowing that the demonic dragon ancestor had reached the realm of forgetting himself, if they continued to fight for a long time, he would definitely not be a match for him. Instead of fighting fearlessly, he might as well directly throw out his final trump card. Buzz buzz buzz. As if it understood Yu Taiyan's words, the long saber in the void began to spin spontaneously. Waves of vast buzzing sounds spread out in the surrounding air. Immediately, the saber's body emitted a burst of light, piercing a pitch-black hole in the void. In this hole, there was a different kind of aura surging, completely different from the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. That's the hole to another world! Among the beasts, an expert said in shock. The aura surging out of the hole allowed everyone to see that it could directly lead to another world. As long as one stepped into it, they would reach it in an instant. It was completely incomparable to a wormhole. Let's go! Seeing that the demonic dragon ancestor didn't say anything, Yu Qian waved his hand and let out a light snort. Leading Du Xiaofu, Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng and the others, he directly rushed out of the void and into that black hole. At the same time everyone entered the black hole, Yu Taiyan coldly glanced at the many beasts in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, then also went into the black hole. Ancestor. Seeing that those humans had successfully retreated, the experts of the primordial demonic dragon clan, the green blood giant clan and the divine netherworld clan were somewhat anxious. They hoped that the demonic dragon ancestor could intervene to stop them. No matter what, that Du Xiaofu was someone they must kill. Otherwise, if their first transaction with those lords failed, their clans would definitely fall into an even greater passive position. This was not the result they wanted. No need to say more. The demonic dragon ancestor didn't look at the crowd, only waving his hand. He was also unwilling in his heart, but he saw the situation more clearly than anyone else. This time, he really couldn't stop those humans from leaving. It wasn't that he didn't want to stop them, but that he already didn't have the strength to do so. Outsiders couldn't see it, but he knew his own situation. Under the pressure of that long blade's great Tao, he had already suffered an unimaginable injury. That was the injury caused by the great Tao's power, which instantly destroyed a lot of the power in his body. It could be said that if there wasn't a great opportunity in the future, the demonic dragon ancestor's cultivation could forget about making any progress. Even as time passed, his strength would gradually decline. A great Tao injury was absolutely not ordinary. Alas! The demonic dragon ancestor suddenly let out a long sigh, saying, "Everyone retreat. Let's just pretend that today's matter never happened." After saying that, he took another look at the long blade suspended in midair, then no longer lingered here, slowly turned around and left. Only now did he truly regret in his heart, regretting that he shouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. Behind those humans, there was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. He was afraid that this existence had reached the peak of the third stage of meditative oblivion, looking through reincarnation. Only a treasure refined by such a powerhouse would have such terrifying power. Are we just going to let it go like this? Many beast race experts were unwilling, but the demonic dragon ancestor didn't say anything, so what could these immortal realm experts do? Only the experts of the primordial demon dragon, green blood giant, and netherworld god race clenched their fists, their hearts filled with hatred. However, this hatred could only turn into helpless sighs in the end. Chi chi chi! Under the gazes of more than 100,000 beast race experts, the huge black hole in the distance slowly disappeared, finally disappearing and returning to its original appearance. As for the long blade, after letting out a soft hum, the blade quickly faded and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Many experts looked at the calm space and stood motionless for a long time. It wasn't until the sky gradually darkened and the light disappeared that someone began to move. "Let's go!" An expert's expression was lonely as he turned around and left, his body carrying a sense of desolation. Immortal realm experts aren't considered that powerful in the 33 heavens. There were also experts who sighed and tore through space to leave. Even if one has reached the meditative oblivion realm, there are still differences in strength. Someone sighed and shook his head. This experience gave rise to a sense of helplessness in everyone's hearts. Normally, immortal realm experts were the ultimate existences in the 33 heavens. They could almost do whatever they wanted. However, once the meditative oblivion realm appeared, everyone was overshadowed and reduced to ants. Those humans who hid in space treasures were instantly found. However, the treasure of a true expert was able to make the meditative oblivion realm, which had survived since the ancient times, retreat. This was even more shocking. Such an expert was the true ruler of the 33 heavens. "Let's go. There are some things that we will have to face sooner or later." The primordial demon dragon race's immortal realm expert sighed softly, and led his people away. No matter how powerful the forces behind those humans were, since they had reached an agreement with someone, they would have to face it sooner or later. The 33 heavens would not be peaceful for long. "Don't spread this matter outside," the powerful being from the green blood giant clan said to the other beasts before he left. Not long after, everyone in this area left in batches and disappeared from this space. When everything returned to normal, a slender woman walked out from a corner. This woman was extremely beautiful and her entire body was filled with faint divine light. She looked otherworldly. She was Cheng Xingnan, known as the Goddess of Light, in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. When she saw that everyone had disappeared, her expression suddenly relaxed. "Could it be that I still can't let you go?" Qing Xingnan's beautiful eyes looked at the place where Du Xiaofu and the others left, and muttered. In fact, she had been here for a long time. She just didn't have the chance to show herself. When she heard that Du Xiaofu and the others were being hunted down by countless beasts, she only felt a rumble in her head. Her heart, which had already calmed down, was stirred up once again. Without any hesitation, she hurried here. And when Du Xiaofu and Chu Daoju walked out of the ancient desolate space and were suppressed by many experts, she was just about to make a move when Yu Taiyan and the others just happened to arrive. So from beginning to end, she did not show herself. Only when Du Xiaofu and the others left did she walk out. However, after all this was over, Cheng Xingnan could not help but feel even more shocked. She did not know how she felt about Du Xiaofu now, but she was sure that she did not dare to imagine him in danger, or even dying. Perhaps it was the guilt from back then that was deeply ingrained in her heart today. Cheng Xingnan stood in place for a while, then let out a long sigh. She turned around, tore open space, and disappeared. Supreme Changrong Heaven. Yuqing Divine Nation. Du Xiaofu and the others gathered in the main hall of the Divine Palace. Yu Yuqian, Yu Taiyan, Chu Daoju, Long San, Ling Feng, and the others were all present. Boy, you still want to go to Qian Su Jinghua Heaven? Yu Yuqian was stroking his beard. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he asked Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded affirmatively and said, "There are still some opportunities there. I don't want to miss it." He thought of the primordial Chimera clan and the Yamato no Orochi clan in Qian Su Jinghua Heaven. The racial talents of these two clans were respectively the law of soul and the law of matter. Now that he was in the truth-severing stage, he needed to comprehend more law powers. Only then could he break through to the immortal stage sooner. Although those two clans were not very strong, far inferior to the Taisher Demon Dragon, the Green Blood Giants, and the Divine Netherworld clan, they were definitely not weak. The legacies they left behind would not be too weak. Since that's the case, you can go. But still, be careful. Yu Taiyan nodded and said before Yu Yuqian could say anything. I know. I have a way to hide my identity and not let those beasts find out. Du Xiaofu nodded again and said to Yu Taiyan. He knew very well that if he went to Qian Su Jinghua Heaven with his real identity again, once he was discovered by those beasts, he would definitely be torn to shreds. It was precisely because of this that Yu Taiyan had warned him repeatedly. You can go, but remember to come back within 100 years. When the Fiend God battlefield opens, you must not miss such a grand event. Yu Yuqian thought for a while and said to Du Xiaofu. He knew that he could not stop Du Xiaofu, nor did he want to. If his disciple wanted to reach a higher stage, he would have to go through countless hardships and gain many opportunities at the same time. However, if he missed such a grand event as the Fiend God battlefield, it would definitely be a huge loss. Fiend God battlefield within 100 years. Du Xiaofu murmured and understood. Then, without delay, he cupped his fists and bowed to everyone present, saying, Xiaofu will go first. Many thanks for your help this time, senior brothers. Don't mention it, junior brother Xiaofu. This is what we should do as your senior brothers. Yes, in fact, we didn't help much. In the end, it was Uncle Yu who went to save us. Everyone responded politely, not daring to claim credit. That was indeed the case. They did not contribute too much in their trip to Qian Su Jinghua Heaven, nor did they experience any bloody battles. In the end, when they were besieged, it was Yu Yuqian and Yu Taiyan, father and son, who led everyone to the rescue. Only then did they resolve the situation and save everyone. Go quickly, kid. The sooner you go, the sooner you can come back, Yu Taiyan said to Du Xiaofu with a smile. Du Xiaofu nodded and said nothing more. He turned and walked out of the hall. Kid, remember to send me a message if you need anything. Yu Yuqian hurriedly stood up from his chair and shouted at Du Xiaofu's back. Got it. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and left without looking back. In his heart, he was extremely touched. Only recently did he truly regard this master whom he acknowledged as his real master from the bottom of his heart. After all, it was Yu Yuqian who led people to save him when he was besieged by a world's experts. No matter how strong he was or how good he was at teaching disciples, as long as he was truly good to him, Du Xiaofu would treat him like family. Who is the expert behind Master? At the same time, Du Xiaofu was also very curious. He really wanted to know who the owner of that long saber, bloody slaughter, was. He had asked before, but Yu Yuqian, Yu Taiyan, Chu Daoju, Long San and Ling Feng, who knew about it, only smiled and told him that they would know when the time was right. They were all so mysterious. Du Xiaofu could only helplessly ask no more. But in his heart, he was incomparably yearning for that kind of realm. He did not even show his true body. He only let Yu Taiyan hold that sealed bloody slaughter and face Zhuo Wang head-on. And after bloody slaughter unlocked some seals on its own, the primordial demonic dragon clan's demonic dragon ancestor was directly intimidated and did not dare to stop them from leaving. That kind of realm, I will definitely reach it in the future. Du Xiaofu's heart was filled with a strong feeling of awe for that mysterious expert. At the same time, he was also encouraging himself. The reason why he chose to return to Qiansu Jinghua Heaven was so that he could make a greater breakthrough. Otherwise, if he focused on the space law and the material law, he would definitely be able to enter the immortal realm earlier. But he did not want to do that. In the countless years of the 33 heavens, there were very few people who could integrate 2 complete primitive laws, let alone master all 4. But Du Xiaofu was not willing to be like others and rely on 1 or at most 2 primitive laws to break through to the immortal realm. This was not what he wanted. What others could not do, he believed that he could do. No matter what the result was, he had to try. Otherwise, how could he be worthy of his trip to the 33 heavens? If he did not step onto the path to the peak, he might as well hide in Shenwu world and be the king of his own mountain. After all, in that small world, he was the ruler, he was the heavenly Tao. Anyone who went there could easily use the laws of heaven and earth to suppress them. It could be said that in Shenwu world, there weren't many people who could pose a threat to him even if all of them were added together. But still, this was not what Du Xiaofu wanted. Only by becoming stronger can I protect my family, my loved ones, and my friends. Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart, using this to motivate himself. All these years, all the hard work he put into his cultivation was to become stronger and stronger, so that he could protect his family, his loved ones, his friends, and the countless citizens of the desolate country, and the entire Shenwu world. Now Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolan, Du Xiaohuang, and O Yangshuang, who came to the 33 heavens with him, had been reunited. But Du Xiaoyao and little Xingxing were still missing. Du Xiaofu did not know where they were or what situation they were facing. Yuqing God Country also did not receive any news. Because of this, he did not dare to relax. If one day news of those 2 came and he needed to go ask for help, if he was strong enough, then all of this would be empty talk. He couldn't always ask Yu to borrow that bloodthirst to help him every time, could he? Also, there was a large group of people in Shenwu world who were like little lambs waiting to be fed. Every day, they were probably waiting for him to go back and bring them to the 33 heavens. All of this had to be built on his strong foundation to be able to realize it. Gansu Jinghua Heaven, I am back! After a little preparation, Du Xiaofu once again stepped on the path, entered the wormhole, and once again stepped into Gansu Jinghua Heaven. Chapter 2800. This time, Du Xiaofu was traveling alone. He didn't bring anyone with him. Even Elder Kong, O Yangshuang, the ancient emperor of the human clan, ancient ancestor Bifeng, Du Xiaoba, Du Xiaolan, and Du Xiaohuang who were in the desolate ancient space stayed in the Yuqing divine kingdom. Elder Kong had almost recovered to his peak state. Ouyang Shuang and the others' injuries were almost healed. He was no longer worried about them. After coming out of the wormhole, Du Xiaofu changed his appearance and aura with the disguised divine art. He rushed directly toward the Chimera Lion clan. Along the way, he inquired about the current situation in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Unexpectedly, the creatures in this world did not have too big of a disturbance. Instead, they were all very happy. A group of humans wanted to act presumptuously in our Qian Su Jinghua heaven, but they were still destroyed in the end. Haha! Arrogant humans, they deserve such an ending. Is our world a place where they can act presumptuously? Do they really think that our experts here are just decorations? But those humans are really strong. They actually alarmed more than 100,000 immortal realm experts in this world. It's really terrifying. Usually, it's hard to see even one of those experts. But this time, there are more than 100,000 of them. Just thinking about that scene makes me feel that it's magnificent. That represents nearly half of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven's strength. It's enough to wipe out a region. No matter how strong those humans are, they'll be crushed. Have you heard? This time, it seems that not only are there many Immortal Realm experts, but there's also a meditative forgetfulness expert. Meditative forgetfulness? How's that possible? I heard that too, but it's definitely fake. Isn't it? How could more than 200 Immortal Realm humans alarm a meditative forgetfulness expert? That's an existence that won't appear in tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid there's nothing in this world that can make them appear. Such words were spread among many weak experts of the Beast clan. Many people knew that Du Xiaofu and more than 200 other humans had wreaked havoc in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Naturally, the movements of countless undying beings could not escape the eyes and ears of many people. Furthermore, news of the Taisher demonic dragon clan's meditative realm had also spread. However, almost no one in this realm was willing to believe it. After all, no matter how strong those humans are, they are only at the immortal level. Moreover, there are only about 200 of them. But the Qian Su Jinghua heaven has alarmed nearly half of the immortal level experts. Under such circumstances, it would be an unimaginable scene if he still could not crush them and instead needed Zhuo Wang's help. So in the eyes of these beasts, we are already dead. Du Xiaofu had changed his appearance and concealed his human aura. He was moving among the return to void and god-sizing beasts. Listening to these people talking about their deeds in this world with great interest, he sighed with emotion. It seemed that the Taisher demonic dragon clan, the Green Blood Giant clan and the God of Netherworld clan had ordered all the undying beings to keep their mouths shut and not let the news leak out. On one hand, it must be to preserve their reputation. After all, with more than 100,000 undying beings and one Zhuo Wang, they could not even capture and kill more than 200 human undying beings. If this spread out, they would definitely become a huge laughingstock. On the other hand, those clans probably did not want to cause too much trouble. The existence of that bloodlust had indeed intimidated them. This is good too. At least when I move in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, I won't attract too much attention. The corners of Du Xiaofu's mouth curled into a smile as he nodded to himself. Since the outside world had spread that they had been killed by those undying beings of the Beast clan, the other creatures in this realm would not be too vigilant. In this way, even if he showed up as a human, he would not have to worry about being besieged. At least, very few people below the immortal level had seen him. Du Xiaofu was not worried about being recognized. It's time to go to the primitive Manticore clan. Du Xiaofu did not stay in the outside world for too long. After receiving some news, he directly rushed to the primitive Manticore clan. When he arrived at the Lion Ancestors Ridge, someone sensed his arrival and came to welcome him. Master, what are your orders for coming to the clan? The primitive Manticore clan did not make a big fuss about Du Xiaofu's arrival. However, all the undying beings of the Lion Ancestors clan showed up. Faced with such an inquiry, Du Xiaofu did not hide his intentions. He clearly stated that he wanted to enter the clan's land of inheritance. The primitive Manticore clan naturally did not dare to disobey such a request. Lion Ancestors Ridge personally led him to the deepest part of the Lion Ancestors Ridge. This is the land of inheritance of the primitive Manticore clan, the desolate soul space. Lion Ancestor pointed to the front and said to Du Xiaofu. In front of the two of them was a place protected by a talisman array. Faintly, strange waves of energy were emitted from it, making one's soul tremble. The desolate soul space? Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. This was the place he wanted to come to. If he could obtain some of the inheritance of the primitive Manticore clan here and achieve a breakthrough in the law of the soul, then it would be a huge gain for him. He was not greedy. He only wanted to reach the early stage of the true severing stage in the law of the soul. As for the rest, he would slowly comprehend it himself in the future. Master, the desolate soul space is very dangerous. Among the primitive Manticore clan, Only those with extraordinary talent have the ability to cultivate here. Of course, I'm not doubting Master's talent. It's just that Master doesn't seem to be proficient in the law of the soul. There will probably be some risks. Lion Ancestor's head tilted as he spoke to Du Xiaofu. To the powerful beings of the primitive Manticore clan, they were born with innate talent in the law of the soul. Even so, only an extremely small number of them were qualified to enter the desolate soul space and obtain the ancient inheritance. I know! Du Xiaofu nodded, not minding this at all. Although his attainments in the law of the soul were not too deep, the power of his primordial spirit was very strong. Otherwise, he would not have had the ability to plant the blood-soul seal in the primordial spirits of so many powerful beings of the primitive Manticore clan and control the entire clan. Not long ago, he had even refined the Azure Dragon blood essence. One must know that the Azure Dragon clan's law of the soul was many times stronger than the primitive Manticore clan's. This way, even if he could not obtain too many benefits in the desolate soul space, he would definitely have the ability to protect himself from harm. The second transformation of the Azure Spirit armor was not to be trifled with. Without any hesitation, Du Xiaofu instructed Lion Ancestor to open the array in front of him and stepped into it. As soon as he entered, a bright light enveloped him. It was as gentle as a spring breeze and a drizzle. What a comfortable feeling! Du Xiaofu unconsciously closed his eyes and revealed a look of enjoyment. However, in the next moment, his entire body shook and he suddenly woke up. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. What a terrifying soul energy! Du Xiaofu murmured and felt an inexplicable throbbing. In that gentle aura, there was actually an all-pervasive soul energy. In the moment when he let his guard down, it directly invaded his primordial spirit and erupted with a terrifying power, wanting to destroy his soul. In just one exchange, Du Xiaofu was defeated. He did not dare to be careless and gently sat down cross-legged. The surroundings were filled with endless light, transforming into strange lines that floated in the void like goose feathers. It looked grotesque and variegated. Phew! Du Xiaofu let out a long breath and sat down with his eyes closed. He began to regulate his breathing. In an instant, his entire person fell into a mysterious state. His entire body did not erupt with an overly powerful aura. The strange lines around him kept drilling into his body. With the power of law, they twisted and turned in his Naiwen palace. These power of law had a terrifying corrosive power. It wanted to invade Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit. However, under his deliberate control, it did not cause any harm to his primordial spirit. Soul law, begin to comprehend. Du Xiaofu was immersed in an indescribable state. Wrapped in the endless soul law, he deeply felt many traces of the law. Using these law marks, some of the more subtle truths were peeled off and then comprehended little by little. It was in this state that time slowly passed. The Qiansu Jinghua heaven was very peaceful. After Du Xiaofu's party left, this world gradually restored to its former state. Very few experts from the outside world set foot here. Even if there were, at most only a small number of the younger generation came here to gain experience. As for the top experts, no one came here. In the desolate soul space, Du Xiaofu sat there for 3 years. During these 3 years, he was always in a state of meditation. There were no other fluctuations on his body. He was just constantly comprehending the soul law, hoping that he could resonate with it and comprehend it. Although Du Xiaofu's grasp was the weakest, this desolate soul space was truly extraordinary. As the strongest inheritance of the desolate Manticore race, it was only very weak compared to the primordial demon dragon, the green blood giants, the netherworld divine race, and other top races. In fact, the overall strength of this race was already extremely powerful among all the races in the 33 heavens. Huff huff huff. Finally, in the 4th year, some fluctuations appeared on Du Xiaofu's body. Waves of mysterious and profound aura came out, explaining the power of life. And on his body, there was an endless amount of life force rising, madly surging out. Swish swish. The grass of immortality and dark cave grass appearing in the surrounding void. They swayed and grew, several feet tall, releasing endless life force. Pieces of lustrous green light spun, wrapping Du Xiaofu's entire body, drowning his figure. At the same time, a corresponding change occurred outside the desolate soul space. The leader of the desolate manticore race, Lion 1, had been waiting outside, waiting for Du Xiaofu to come out. When a large amount of life force seeped out, Lion 1's eyes suddenly lit up. Master has made a breakthrough in the soul law. Lion 1's eyes jumped, his heart filled with joy. These life fluctuations reach directly into a person's soul, guiding the life force fluctuations within their body. This was the soul law, also known as the life law. Although Lion 1 could sense that Du Xiaofu's comprehension of the soul law wasn't too strong, he also knew that Du Xiaofu's comprehension of the soul law was the weakest. But everything was the hardest to get started in. With his master's terrifying talent, it was only a matter of time before he became proficient in the soul law. Hum hum hum! Waves of power vibrations spread out from Lion Ancestor Mountain, and within the area with a radius of a few miles, many trees glowed with a sparkling light. A faint green light flickered, and all the branches and leaves became even greener. I wonder if Master can obtain the inheritance of my race. If he succeeds, he should be able to reach the early stage of the truth-severing stage in the soul law. Lion 1 thought to himself. He had a lot of confidence in the desolate manticore race's inheritance. Although it couldn't compare to those top races, it wasn't weak either. Many years ago, he had received the inheritance here, so he knew how great the benefits were. Although breaking through to the early stage of the truth-severing stage in the soul law didn't sound very impressive, one had to know that there were countless beings in the 33 heavens who had been trapped in the seizing God realm for countless years, unable to even touch the threshold of the truth-severing stage. Du Xiaofu, on the other hand, had grasped 3 types of primal laws. If he made another breakthrough in the soul law, then he would have all 4 types of primal laws. If this spread out, it would definitely be a big deal. In the 33 heavens, it wasn't that no one could do this, but those who dared to cultivate multiple types of primal laws in the truth-severing stage were definitely in the minority. In the end, those who could break through to the immortal stage with 2 or more types of primal laws were even rarer. I hope Master can succeed. After all, this desolate soul space is incomparably dangerous. Lion 1 muttered. While he was happy, he was also quite worried. Their desolate manticore race entering to receive the inheritance was extremely dangerous. This desolate soul space was left behind by their ancestors. Outsiders who entered would definitely be repelled by some force. Lion 1 was worried that Du Xiaofu, as a human, might encounter some great difficulties in receiving the inheritance. Master, you must succeed! Lion 1 secretly encouraged Du Xiaofu in his heart. Then, he no longer paid attention to the surrounding movements. He closed his eyes and guarded this place to protect Du Xiaofu. He wouldn't allow anyone to disturb him. The depths of Lion Ancestor's Ridge returned to tranquility. Outside of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, the distant Shenwu world was quiet and peaceful. About 5 to 6 years ago, a great change occurred in this world. Heaven and earth rotated and the universe was overturned, alarming all living things. At first, everyone was in a state of panic. But later, when everything calmed down, everyone who lived in this world was pleasantly surprised. They discovered that the entire world had expanded by more than 10 times. The original structure of the 3 continents Kyushu world had been directly overturned. In addition, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become much richer than before. This was a great benefit to everyone. More importantly, the suppression between heaven and earth was becoming weaker and weaker. Many people who were at the bottleneck of breaking through took a step forward in a short period of time and stepped into a higher realm. Among them, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Xinqin Chen, Jialo Jiuyu, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Qian Du Yu and several other half-step heavenly saints quickly entered the heavenly saint stage. Those who reached the half-step heavenly saint stage were even more terrifying. The barren country's elder Lei, Du Xiaoqing, Little Tiger Du, Duge Fenchen, Yelu Han and others numbered no less than 50. Other than that, the School of Agriculture, School of Taoism, School of Moism, School of Yin-Yang, School of Confucianism, Dragons, Phoenixes, Tianwu Academy, Demon Realm, Golden Winged Great Rock Clan, Divine Temple, Beast Alliance, and many other factions also had a large number of half-step heavenly saints. Those mortals who were originally not talented enough and could not step into the path of cultivation also broke through one after another. In just a few months, the concept of mortals no longer existed in this world. Some powerful factions even had babies who were born with Xiantian martial veins. Such a change made everyone in this world indescribably happy. The expansion of the territory meant that more cultivation resources could be produced. The various factions did not have to fight to the death for some treasures like in the past. In the end, the various factions calculated together, and all felt that this change must be deeply related to Du Xiaofu. But all of this did not end there. 2 years later, when Du Xiaofu was facing the encirclement of various factions in the Qian-Su Jinghua Heaven, he hid in the desolate ancient space and broke through to the late stage of true severing stage. The same change happened in the Shenwu world again. This time, it was even more terrifying. The entire world continued to expand. On the basis of the previous 10 times, it expanded again by at least 30 times. In this way, the entire world was at least 300 times bigger than it was before. What followed was the birth of even more spiritual energy. In the expanded area, under the nourishment of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, many spiritual herbs quickly grew. The suppression between heaven and earth continued to decrease. Those who were stuck at a certain level did not need to cultivate at all. They just needed to breathe lightly and directly make a breakthrough. For a moment, all the living beings in the Shenwu world felt incomparably blessed. There were more and more powerful people, but the entire world became more and more peaceful. There were no big fights happening at all. Even the weak younger generation was the same. What a joke. In this kind of environment, everyone was busy cultivating. Who would have the time to go out and fight? Unless their brains were flooded with water or they were kicked by a donkey. But all of this did not end there. For years after the second change in the Shenwu world, which was when Du Xiaofu was comprehending the law of soul in the deepest part of Lion Ancestors Ridge, Shenwu world once again welcomed a huge change. But this time, the change did not affect the size of the world. Instead, it descended upon every living being. On this day, everyone felt their primordial spirits tremble violently. They felt their life force begin to increase. Although their cultivation did not receive the most direct benefits, their primordial spirits became a lot more stable. Waves of strong life force fluctuated between heaven and earth. The earth, mountains, rivers, and forests all carried a layer of spiritual charm. This situation naturally did not escape the senses of many powerful people. When they discovered this, they were all extremely shocked. Chapter 2801. All of this must have something to do with Xiaofu. I just don't know what realm he has reached in the 33 heavens. Within the Huang country's palace, Du Tingxian, Jin Qingchun, Du Xiaojing, and Du Yunlong were gathered together to discuss the changes in this world. After experiencing this twice, they were no longer surprised by these changes. Xiaofu has left this world for almost 8 years, but there hasn't been any news from him. Jin Qingchun looked up at the sky and said softly. It had been almost 7 years since Du Xiaofu left this world. During this time, Shenwu world had experienced 2 major changes. This was the 3rd time. They could guess that all of this had something to do with Du Xiaofu, who controlled the laws of this world. The benefits he brought to all living beings were also great. As their cultivation increased, many living beings felt inexplicably happy. This kind of benefit was hard to come by. So, those old guys were still clamoring about going to the 33 heavens. Now, none of them want to leave. They're all in seclusion. Du Tingxian chuckled and said. After Du Xiaofu left, the powerhouses of the 3 continents, Kyushu, all had unspeakable grievances. Many of them had reached the Saint Realm. In this world, it was increasingly difficult for them to break through to a higher level. So, everyone wanted to go to the 33 heavens. They wanted to enter the vast world and train themselves. However, after several upheavals in the world, everyone felt endless benefits. Because of this, their yearning for the outside world had decreased a lot. The changes in this world are good. However, I'm afraid that there will be more challenges. Among them, Du Yunlong was silent for a while, and then said. When the others heard this, they all nodded, indicating that they agreed with this view. Shenwu world had expanded by more than 50 times, the overall strength of all living beings was increasing rapidly, and the suppression of heaven and earth was also weakening. They believed that as time continued to pass, there would definitely be more changes. No one could determine just how far this world would grow in the end. But at the same time, the changes here would definitely attract the attention of the experts outside. Originally, it was only a small world. Amongst the countless small worlds, it was completely unremarkable. It was impossible for the many influences of the 33 heavens to covet it. In fact, they didn't even have the interest to look at it. However, as this world gradually expanded, more and more mystical things were revealed. Who knew when an expert would descend? This was an absolute challenge to all living beings in Shenwu world. However, they weren't worried about this. Challenges also represented opportunities, and they were looking forward to it. While they were talking, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Yunlong, and the other members of the Du family were suddenly shocked. They felt surprise for no reason. Layers of mysterious light were faintly emitted from the bodies of these people. It was like a shroud of mist that enveloped their bodies. I feel like I'm about to break through again. Du Xiaojing's lips slightly opened as he spoke in surprise. I have the same feeling. I need to go into seclusion immediately. Du Yunlong nodded and said, It's not just us. The other members of the Du family are also in a similar situation. Du Tingshuan's primordial spirit spread out and discovered more things. Let's go. Du Yunlong did not hesitate at all and disappeared in a flash. Following this, Du Tingxian and Du Xiaojing also disappeared. Only Jinqin Chun, Yi Piaoling, Chan Guyu, and the others were left. This must be related to Xiaofu. Looks like that kid's cultivation has increased even more after going to the 33 heavens. Jinqin Chun smacked his lips. Everyone with the bloodline of the Du family was fluctuating. With their current cultivation level of the God-seizing stage, they could naturally sense it clearly. They could see that it was the fluctuation of the soul, the increase of life force. The fluctuation of the law of soul in this world is increasing. Although it can't be compared to the bloodline of the Du family, it's still very extraordinary. I think I also need to go into seclusion and strive for another breakthrough. Suddenly, Chan Guyu gently turned around and stepped away, disappearing into the void. Let's also go into seclusion. At least when Xiaofu comes back, we can't be too far behind him. Following this, Jinqin Chun, Yi Piaoling, and the others also left. Qian Su Jinghuang Heaven, Du Xiaofu was still in seclusion in the Lion Ancestors Ridge, concentrating on comprehending the law of soul. As time passed, the fluctuation of the barren soul space became stronger and stronger, waking Lion Yi up outside. Master! Lion Yi's eyes were clear. He was very surprised by all these changes. In his perception, layers of vast life force were being emitted, affecting the entire Lion Ancestors Ridge. Everywhere was covered in a layer of sparkling green light. The trees that grew on Lion Ancestors Ridge were sprouting buds at a speed visible to the naked eye and then blooming. Such a scene surprised all the members of the Lion Ancestors Ridge. This fluctuation of the law of soul is very extraordinary. Where is it coming from? Could it be that someone in our clan has comprehended a part of the law of soul and broken through to the truth-severing stage? This aura is much stronger than the average truth-severing stage. I'm afraid he's qualified to enter the land of inheritance. Many people in Lion Ancestors Ridge were very surprised. They were shocked by this powerful life force. This was not an ordinary fluctuation. The movement caused by it was much stronger than that of the average truth-severing stage expert. To be able to emit such power of the law of soul, one must have an extremely high status in the Lion Ancestors Ridge. They were probably only below the immortal stage experts. Within the barren soul space, Du Xiaofu's body was emitting a bright green light that carried a powerful life force. At this moment, in his mind's Naiwan Palace, the law mark that he had obtained in the tomb of heavenly Tao was shining. Countless amounts of mystic energy shuttled through this space and overlapped with the law mark. Roar! The red-boned horse monkey's primordial spirit suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. A terrifying soul force rippled out and a fierce aura burst out, containing a vigorous aura. Swish! In the outside world, Du Xiaofu's body suddenly opened a pair of eyes. Divine light shot out from within. As his eyes opened and closed, it was as if he could see the evolution of all living things and the rotation of heaven and earth. The law of soul has finally made a preliminary breakthrough, Du Xiaofu muttered. At the same time, he could not suppress his joy. After several years of comprehension, he had finally entered the threshold of the law of soul. Although it was not enough to reach the early stage of truth-severing stage, it was many times more profound than before. This was a qualitative change and also a quantitative change. He had broken through the invisible shackles and stepped into a brand new world. Continue to comprehend and strive to reach the early stage of truth-severing stage in the law of soul as soon as possible. Du Xiaofu let out a long breath and secretly said in his heart. He did not delay any longer. Following that, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend on a deeper level. This land of inheritance of the Lion Ancestors Manticore clan was not ordinary. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had not truly accepted the inheritance here. The comprehension he had gained over the past few years was all relying on the fluctuations of the laws around him to cultivate. Under the situation where he had not entered the threshold of the law of soul, he did not dare to touch the true inheritance. One had to know that members of the Lion Ancestors Manticore clan were born with talent in the law of soul. However, if one was not a true genius of the clan, no one had the qualifications to enter here to accept the inheritance. It was not only a matter of qualifications, but also a matter of risk. It was no small matter. If one rashly entered the desolate soul space, most people would only face death. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In the desolate soul space, waves of powerful fluctuations spread out and were clearly sensed by Lion 1. His eyes could not help but palpitate. His fists unconsciously clenched tightly as he secretly encouraged Du Xiaofu. Master has begun to accept the true inheritance. I hope he can succeed in one go and reach the true truth-severing stage in the law of soul. Lion 1 muttered as he looked at the desolate soul space enveloped by the array. The land of inheritance of the Lion Ancestors Manticore clan was not just about inheritance. It also contained risks. Not everyone had the qualifications to enter. Therefore, Lion 1 knew that Du Xiaofu would definitely face some dangers. As long as he successfully withstood them, he would definitely obtain great benefits. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. During this period of time, the entire Lion Ancestors Ridge was enveloped in multicolored light. A tyrannical vitality pervaded every corner. The trees in the forest became exceptionally green and tender. At the same time, everyone in the Lion Ancestors Manticore clan was like a spring breeze. They were enveloped by the law of soul and each of them obtained great benefits. For those with average cultivation, they only hoped that this situation would continue. This was because cultivating in this environment was much faster than usual. However, all of this would eventually be broken one day. Roar! A terrifying beast's roar suddenly drifted out and shook the entire Lion Ancestors Ridge. Many of the Lion Ancestors Manticore clan members whose cultivation was below the truth-severing realm suddenly felt their knees go weak and they prostrated themselves. They felt the terrifying throbbing of their souls and directly knelt under the terrifying pressure. In addition, many of the truth-severing realm powerhouses' eyes were trembling as they were extremely shocked. The law of soul is fluctuating. It seems to be related to the land of inheritance. Could it be that another powerhouse in the clan has obtained the inheritance? What a powerful law of soul! Another powerhouse in our clan is about to be born. After obtaining the inheritance, he will definitely soar into the sky and become the cornerstone of the Lion Ancestors Manticore clan. Various parts of Lion Ancestors Ridge, many people were shocked as they spoke. Many of them had personally experienced such changes and knew that it was related to the land of inheritance. However, very few people knew that it was Du Xiaofu who had entered it. Only a few of the immortal powerhouses in the clan knew about this. After obtaining the inheritance, I'm afraid that in a few years, another immortal powerhouse will be born in our clan. Many of the true Severing Realm powerhouses spoke, their eyes filled with endless envy. Those who could obtain the inheritance were all people with extraordinary talents. After successfully obtaining the inheritance, stepping into the immortal realm was just around the corner. This made everyone pleasantly surprised. With every new immortal powerhouse in the clan, the overall strength of the clan would increase by a bit. This was an absolute benefit. Is Master coming out of seclusion? Outside the desolate soul space, Lion One's eyes twitched as he looked at the array. As he spoke, the terrifying pressure in the air retreated like flowing water, disappearing without a trace. Then, a purple-robed young man stepped out and arrived in front of Lion One. Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the early stage of the truth-severing realm in the Law of Soul. Seeing the purple-robed young man walk over, Lion One hurriedly bowed respectfully and saluted him. The inheritance of the desolate soul space is indeed extraordinary. Du Xiaofu's lips curled into a smile as he spoke calmly. He turned around and looked at the desolate soul space, feeling rather emotional. Every clan in the 33 heavens was very powerful. They were much more terrifying than his forces in the divine battle world. Although the primordial Manticore clan was far inferior to the Taisher demon dragon, green blood giant, and divine netherworld clan, they were still extraordinary. At least for the current Du Xiaofu, this was already a great opportunity. When he truly received the inheritance, he had indeed experienced a great deal of danger. The terrifying fluctuations of the laws of soul carried a ferocious and all-pervasive force that wanted to melt his soul and devour his vitality, turning it into the purest law energy. However, Du Xiaofu had once successfully refined the Azure Dragon blood essence. When he displayed the second transformation of the Azure Spirit Armor, the Azure Dragon body, he did not expend too much energy to resist all of the corrosive power. Then, he gained a very deep understanding of the law of soul. This understanding allowed Du Xiaofu to go from nothing to truly grasping the early stage of the true severing realm at this level. Such a harvest made him feel pleasantly surprised. Master's talent is truly powerful. Lion One slowly stood up and kept smacking his lips, saying, in terms of Master's age and cultivation, even among the same generation in the 33 heavens, he is an extremely powerful existence. Even among the disciples of the superforces, there are very few who can compare to Master. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a deep look of disbelief. Because he had a contractual relationship with Du Xiaofu, Lion One had a good understanding of this purple-robed youth in front of him. To this day, he had cultivated for less than 100 years. Yet he had already reached such a terrifying level. Even in the entire 33 heavens, it would be difficult to find anyone who could be compared to him. What was even more terrifying was that Lion One knew that Du Xiaofu had dabbled in the law of time, the law of space, the law of matter, and the law of soul. Among them, the law of soul was a recent breakthrough and was his weakest technique. This was terrifying. Not to mention whether or not anyone could do such a thing, even if there were, very few people would be willing to do it. Who didn't know that it was extremely difficult to comprehend each of the four great laws of origin to perfection. In the true severing realm, most living beings would only choose one law to cultivate. Even so, there were countless powerhouses who were trapped in this realm and were unable to step into the immortal realm. However, not only did Du Xiaofu do this, but he also did it to the extreme. He specially came to the primordial Manticore tribe to accept the inheritance here and obtain a breakthrough in the law of soul. Could it be that Master? Thinking of this, Lion One couldn't help but think of a terrifying possibility. He felt that Du Xiaofu was probably going to walk a path that no one had ever walked before and surpass the immortal realm with all 4 of the primordial laws. If this was true, then it was too shocking. Even in the entire 33 heavens, such a guess would cause a huge uproar and cause countless people to exclaim in admiration. This was definitely a magnificent feat regardless of success or failure. It would be praised by everyone. If by any chance he succeeded, then when Du Xiaofu was at the first sky of Immortal Realm, he would be able to fight against the third sky of Immortal Realm, or even higher experts. So much time has passed. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He didn't pay attention to Lion 1's astonishment, and instead calculated the time that had passed. He couldn't help but sigh when he got the result. This time's seclusion took too long. More than 6 years had passed. How many 6 years had it been since he started cultivating? Only now did Du Xiaofu realize how difficult it was to comprehend a primordial law. In the past, when he had comprehended the law of space and the law of matter, it was almost a matter of course. Compared to this time, he didn't need to spend too much effort. It's been almost 10 years since I came to the 33 heavens. Du Xiaofu sighed and said while looking at the void. He didn't know how his family, friends, and loved ones in the divine martial world were doing. They must be feeling suffocated in that world. In truth, what Du Xiaofu didn't know was that Xinwu world had already undergone numerous changes. The entire world had expanded by over 50 times, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had become incomparably rich. Countless living beings were cultivating at a rapid pace. Although they were still far from being able to compare to the 33 heavens, compared to the past, it was as if the heavens and earth had changed. There's still some time before the 100-year deadline. Seems like there's more than enough time to go to the Yamato no Orochi clan. Du Xiaofu calculated. There were still more than 90 years before the 100-year deadline that Yu Qian had given him. He came to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven to accept the inheritance of the Chimera Lion clan and the Yamato no Orochi clan. He hoped that he could make a breakthrough in the law of matter and the law of soul. It was still early. As long as he made good use of the time, he didn't need to worry about missing the training in the Divine Devil battlefield. Besides, Du Xiaofu also thought that half of the origin space had already passed. When he returned from the Qiansu Jinghua heaven, he should be able to see He Jibai, Yu Qingliang, and the others. Everything in Lion Ancestors Ridge remains the same. As long as the outside world doesn't know that I came here, it's fine. Du Xiaofu didn't stay in the Chimera Lion clan for long. After warning Lion 1, he left directly and rushed towards the Tsanghuan Grotto where the Yamato no Orochi clan resided. He wasn't worried about the safety of this clan. After he planted the Blood Soul Seal, the Chimera Lion clan was absolutely loyal to him. As long as the outside world didn't know about this, they shouldn't encounter any accidents. Chapter 2802. Du Xiaofu left Lion Ancestors Ridge and headed for Tsanghuan Grotto. After a few years, the Qian Su Jinghua heaven had already calmed down completely. No major events had happened. The huge commotion caused by his party in the past had already subsided. Very few people talked about it anymore. After all, the primordial demon dragon, the green blood giants and the divine Netherworld clan had issued orders that the news of the successful escape of more than 200 humans was not to be leaked to the outside world. Therefore, the more than 100,000 beasts who had participated in the encirclement had kept their mouths shut. This made all the beasts in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven believe that those arrogant humans had already been annihilated and died without a burial ground. Tsanghuan Grotto! Not many days later, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in the void and looked down. That large mountain range looked like it was riddled with holes. Every hole was wide open, looking like the flesh and blood of living creatures. It made one's scalp tingle. This was the territory of the Yamato no Orochi clan. All the experts of this clan lived in those holes. Du Xiaofu did not delay. He flew down directly and entered Tsanghuan Grotto. The leader of the Yamato no Orochi clan received him. This leader was named Shi by Du Xiaofu. At Du Xiaofu's request, she took him to the place of inheritance of the Yamata no Orochi clan. It was a place called Sunghuan Grotto. Du Xiaofu did not even think and directly entered it. The racial talent of the Yamata no Orochi clan was the law of matter. They were born with 8 heads. Each head represented a derivative state of the law of matter. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on. For the Yamata no Orochi clan, they were born with an extreme compatibility with the law of matter. As their cultivation base continued to deepen, they could gradually comprehend the law of matter. Their 8 heads represented the derivative forms of the 8 matter laws. Once they reached the immortal realm, they could fuse all the matter laws into one. Then, the 8 heads would fuse into one, and they would look exactly the same as a real human. That state was the ultimate state of cultivation for the Yamata no Orochi clan experts. It was the state that everyone in this clan wanted to reach, the state of meditative forgetfulness. It could be said that the law form of the Yamata no Orochi clan's talent did not include all the derivative states of the law of matter, but it was definitely not far from it. Sunghuan Grotto? Du Xiaofu was. He did not know whether this place of the Yamata no Orochi clan's inheritance would allow him to improve his comprehension of the law of matter ors. He did not thought without thinking, he directly into the cave. Colorful lights flashed past as the cave entrance was once again sealed. Du Xiaofu's figure had also disappeared. After he entered, Shi did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at the cave entrance that was shining with the light of the array formation. In his line of sight, it did not take long for the power of thunder and lightning and the power of fire to emanate, rippling in the void. Master should be able to make a big breakthrough in the law of matter in the Sunghuan Grotto. Snake One could tell that Du Xiaofu had reached the perfection realm in the law of thunder and lightning and the law of fire. At the same time, he also had some comprehension of the law of water. In this way, it might not be too difficult to accept the inheritance of the Sunghuan Grotto. After looking around for a while, Snake One found a nearby cave entrance and also disappeared. Time flowed by like water, ceaselessly passing by. Quietly, 3 years passed. During this period, all of Du Xiaofu's Sunghuan Grotto constantly emitted the power of thunder and lightning and the power of fire. At the same time, the void seemed to be condensed into liquid, with a series of water ripples constantly spreading out. Until one day after 3 years, the water ripples reached a peak and no longer increased. In the sky, it was as if it had transformed into a boundless ocean. Jade waves rippled, and clear waves surged into the sky and charged into the 9 heavens. The law of water has reached the perfection realm. It's about to reach the perfection realm. Snake One shot out from the hole at the side, and its 8 heads twisted in the air. There was an indescribable surprise in his eyes. Du Xiaofu's speed was much faster than he had imagined. Although the law of water was still a little short of the perfection realm at this time, it was not far away. However, it was understandable. There was an extremely pure law of matter energy in the Sunghuan Grotto. Du Xiaofu was originally on the path of the law of water, and he had made a breakthrough with the help of the underworld river's weak water that he had snatched from Dai Xuanjin. In the land of inheritance of the Yamata no Orochi clan, he could make a step further by constantly comprehending and reaching the perfection realm. It could be said that success was achieved when the conditions were right. However, just as Snake One was sighing to himself, an even more terrifying aura suddenly rose abruptly, carrying with it a vast and pervasive pressure that suppressed every inch of the void. Even though Snake One was now an immortal realm expert, he felt the corners of his eyes trembling under this terrifying pressure. What kind of technique is this? Huge waves appeared in the 16 eyes of Snake One's 8 heads as he looked at the scene in the sky in disbelief. In his line of sight, a huge 8 trigrams figure appeared, occupying the sky with a radius of hundreds of miles. It was as if it was engraved there, releasing a metallic texture and luster. Under this 8 trigrams figure, large patches of lightning rose, and at the same time, clusters of raging flames burned fiercely. Then, the shape of a lake and sea evolved. Lightning, raging flames, and the lake and sea intertwined and reflected each other, releasing a vast aura that caused the entire void to boil. However, all of this did not end there. After the law of lightning, the law of fire, and the law of water appeared, more scenes changed again. Rumble! A thick layer of earth shook, as if a heavy mountain had descended, causing the void to tremble uncontrollably. Buzz, 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 a green light scattered, and a large forest scene evolved, revealing itself under the 8 trigrams figure in the void. Chi-la-la, huff, 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 all kinds of strange auras constantly fluctuated, and the void seemed to boil, with energy of various attributes constantly appearing out of thin air. In just a few breaths of time, under the huge 8 trigrams figure, heavenly lightning and earthly fire intertwined, the earth and mountains rumbled, the mountains, rivers, lakes, and lakes evolved, and all things in the world flourished. The law of matter, mutual promotion and restraint. The 8 trigrams figure, this is the evolution of the law of matter. In just a short time, Snake One saw through the door and could not help but exclaim in shock, standing on the spot in horror. Of course, he knew that the law of matter had the attribute of mutual promotion and restraint. As a member of the Yamato no Orochi clan who was born with the talent of many law of matter derivations, he was very clear on this point. In theory, as long as one grasped the derivation of a law of matter, one could use the principle of mutual promotion and restraint to derive other law of matter. However, this was only in theory. This step sounded simple, but to achieve it was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. If it was really that simple, then wouldn't all the true severing powerhouses in the 33 heavens be able to break through to the immortal realm? But now, Snake One could clearly feel that the 8 trigrams in the void in the sky was clearly deducing the transformation of the law of matter. It was mysterious and unfathomable. What happened? Did Master make a breakthrough? The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of more powerhouses, and the rest of the immortal realm powerhouses of the Yamato no Orochi clan quickly arrived. Quick, seal this place, don't let this aura leak out! Snake One only came to his senses at this time and hurriedly ordered the others to work together to display their cultivation, enveloping the area within 1,000 miles and completely isolating it. Du Xiaofu's commotion would cause a lot of trouble if the powerhouses in the outside world knew about it. However, under the deliberate concealment of these powerhouses, unless there were powerhouses at the 8th sky or 9th sky of the immortal realm, they wouldn't be exposed to the outside world. What is Master doing? After doing all this, the powerhouses who came here were all shocked. They looked at the huge 8 trigrams in the void, and they all felt extremely shocked. Everyone present was an immortal realm powerhouse, and all of them had comprehended the derivation of all the law of matter and were in the process of merging them. Under their perception, the truth and falsehood of the 8 trigrams in the void were naturally seen clearly by them. This 8 trigrams is really extraordinary. It actually includes all the derivation of the law of matter. They evolved and intertwined with each other. The principle of mutual promotion and restraint is explained by this 8 trigrams in the void. Snake One recovered from his initial shock, and his eyes trembled as he spoke. He felt that under the 8 trigrams and the 8 trigrams, the most real thing was the power of thunder and lightning, the power of fire, and the power of water. However, with the help of these 3, and the principle of mutual promotion, more law fluctuations were derived. Although these fluctuations were only in the embryonic form, they were enough to explain the mysteries within. Master's method is so powerful. I'm afraid that even if he doesn't come to my Yamato no Orochi clan, as long as he has this 8 trigrams, as his cultivation deepens, he will quickly comprehend more forms of the law of matter. Some powerhouses muttered, their eyes looking straight at the sky. Immortal realm powerhouses naturally had the most right to speak about the mutual promotion and restraint of the law of matter. However, to be able to do the same as Du Xiaofu in the true severing realm, to be able to achieve mutual promotion and restraint of the law of matter, was really shocking. Let's wait and see. I'm afraid that when Master comes out of seclusion, his strength will be extremely strong. Snake One calmed his mind and said softly. He wasn't in a hurry, because ordinary powerhouses in the true severing realm wanted to comprehend a complete primitive law of matter. This process was incomparably long. Even the most talented person in the 33 heavens would need at least a few thousand years to be able to do so. Therefore, Snake One wasn't in a hurry at all. Master's seclusion this time would take at least a few hundred years. And at that time, it was very likely that he would directly reach the late stage of true severing realm in the law of matter, and comprehend 60 to 70%. This kind of cultivation, among the same generation in the 33 heavens, he wouldn't dare say that no one could compare to him, but he would definitely be able to count on one's fingers. Snake One sent the rest of the people away. Only he stayed here and waited quietly. Time continued to pass, but Du Xiaofu, who was in seclusion, didn't have any idea of what was going on. On his body, the aura was rolling, and there was a vast demonic aura. With the help of the 8 trigrams of the void he obtained from the ruler of the 3,000 major worlds, he worked hard to explore the relationships between the different forms of the law of matter, and slowly sorted out the rules within. Also, while he was in seclusion, the distant Shenwu world was also undergoing a huge change. What was different from before was that this time, the entire world was filled with all kinds of energy. The originally expanded land was now filled with spiritual herbs, and it was more than 10 times richer than before. Between heaven and earth, energy was vast and mighty, and it was as if it was dancing in the air, shocking everyone. The waves in the long river were roaring, the flames in the secret land were roaring, the heavenly stone trees were rising again, and the blazing sun in the sky was even brighter. It was truly an earth-shattering change, and all living beings were inexplicably shocked, but at the same time, they were filled with indescribable joy. This world was developing in a good direction, and it was thriving. The suppression of heaven and earth, after every change, would weaken a bit, and the upper limit of cultivation for living beings would be refreshed again and again. Every time Shenwu world changed, it would bring benefits to countless living beings. Especially those with the blood of the Du family flowing in their veins, their strength would all increase with a whoosh 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 sound. I can already break through to the mid-stage of the seizing divinity realm. Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Yunlong, and the others were all overjoyed. With these changes, they were at the forefront of all living beings in this world, reaching the mid-stage of the seizing divinity realm, which was also the limit of cultivation in this world. The Du family's special situation made everyone envious. However, the other living beings also improved greatly. Yi Piaoling, Chan Guyu, Jinqing Chun, Jialo Jiyu, and the others were all able to stabilize their cultivation in the early stage of the seizing divinity realm. With such a terrifying cultivation, if placed in the past, they would be able to fight directly with the demon god. In other words, Du Tingxian, Du Xiaojing, Du Yunlong, Yi Piaoling, Chan Guyu, Jialo Jiyu, and Jinqing Chun were now much stronger than the demon god was back then. And that wasn't the end of it. As more and more great sages made breakthroughs, more and more great sages were born. There were even great sages who had broken through to the seizing god level, although their foundations weren't stable enough. Compared to when Du Xiaofu had just left, the strength of the entire Shenwu world had increased by countless times. It could be said that the current Shenwu world was completely different from the other small worlds. There was a fundamental difference. These changes are still ongoing. Everyone, go into seclusion and try to break through. The suppression of the world was weakening, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was dense, and the resources were abundant. Not only did this world not become a treasure, but it also became more peaceful. In fact, during the great calamity of the devil religion, everyone in Shenwu world worked together to fight against the devil religion. They had already formed a bond of life and death, and the grudges of the past were all put aside, becoming a thing of the past. The beings of the 3 continents, Kyushu, and the others also faintly regarded the desolate country as their leader, and it was very harmonious. Amidst the upheaval of the world, everyone was too busy cultivating and making breakthroughs, not to mention having the time to scheme against each other and compete with each other. I didn't think that in my lifetime I would be able to see such a huge change. This is so exciting. A powerhouse of the older generation mumbled to himself, his heart full of excitement. They had experienced the great calamity of the devil religion, and also witnessed Du Xiaofu's fierce battle against the demon god. Now that Shenwu world was thriving, they were all very excited. No one dared to imagine what this world would eventually grow to in the future. This filled countless people with anticipation. In the following months and years, Shenwu world became strangely peaceful. It was a peaceful scene, and there were no large-scale battles between living beings. Even if they went out to search for spiritual medicines after their seclusion, when they found out that someone else had gotten there before them, they would immediately change their destination and continue their search elsewhere. Almost everyone had the same thought. If they had the time to fight with others to the death and steal spiritual medicines, they might as well go to other places to search. Perhaps they would be able to obtain even greater rewards. All in all, the Shenwu world was growing stronger and stronger in peace. Whether it was the world's energy, or the overall cultivation of living beings, they all had a huge increase. Unparalleled Changrong heaven. On the 10th year of Du Xiaofu's seclusion in the heavenly cave, the training in the origin space finally ended. Hiji Bai Yu Qing Liang, Hiji Xian, Yu Cheng Shi, Yu Qing Gu, Hui Yu Guang, Duanizong, Yu Qing Yu, and the other young powerhouses all walked out. Everyone's aura had become much stronger. Early stage true severing, Xi Bai is not bad. At the exit of the origin space, Imperial Marshal Divine General Hu Yuankun looked at the young man who walked out and said with a smile, Yu Guang is also very strong, he's also in the early stage of true severing. Beside Hu Yuankun, Cloud's Spirit Divine General Duan Baichuan laughed, and added, Fourth Prince, Fifth Prince, Sixth Prince, Little Princess, these four are also in the truth-severing realm. As more and more people appeared, everyone discovered that besides He Jibai and Hu Youguang, the fourth Prince Yu Qinggu, the fifth Prince Yu Qingqi, the sixth Prince Yu Qingliang, the Little Princess Yu Qingyu, and the others had all reached the truth-severing realm. That kid Yizong is already at the peak of the early stage of truth-severing. This is too terrifying. Suddenly, Zihong Divine General He Mengchang exclaimed in surprise as he looked at a young man in the crowd. This young man was none other than the son of Cloud Spirit Divine General Duan Baichuan, Duan Yizong. Back then, he had fought together with Du Xiaofu against Wen Yiming, Tan Hai Ruchuan, and the others. Look! At this moment, a powerhouse beside them let out a strange cry as he pointed at the crowd. Following the direction he pointed, several young people were flying in from the exit. These people were seen by the three divine generals and were not unfamiliar at all. Qixin, third prince, and the others have also reached the peak of the early stage of truth severing. They are only one step away from entering the middle stage of truth severing. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Other than Duan Yizong, there were actually two other people who had reached such a terrifying cultivation. Chapter 2803. The people from the Divine General's manors exclaimed when they saw the crowd of people rushing out of the immemorial space. It's not just them. Many people from the other forces have reached the truth-severing realm as well. Imperial Marshal Divine General Hu Yuankun looked at the crowd and said in surprise. Other than the young disciples from the Divine General's manors and the Imperial family, many people from the other forces had reached the truth-severing realm. This kind of improvement was really terrifying. After all, it had only been 20 years since they entered the immemorial space, but there were already more than 100 people who had reached the truth-severing realm. At this time, there were even more God-seizing realm cultivators. Among the 700,000 to 800,000 people, the majority were at the void-returning realm. But now, almost half of them had reached the God-seizing realm, which was a great breakthrough. It seems that they have all obtained great opportunities in the immemorial space this time. Divine General Yiling Duan Baichuan couldn't help but sigh. In 20 years, all the young experts in the Yuqing Divine Kingdom's sphere of influence had improved so much that it made people sigh. Actually, all of this is within our expectations. After all, the opening of the immemorial space this time is different from the past. The more people who enter, the greater the opportunities that can be found. Divine General Zihong He Mengchang pondered for a moment, and said, Every time the immemorial space opened, the most outstanding disciples would be selected to enter. They were all at least at the God-seizing realm. But this time was different. Apart from the God-seizing realm cultivators, anyone who had reached the void-returning realm and had cultivated for less than 1,000 years could enter and obtain their own opportunities. With a large number of people entering, everyone was naturally able to discover more benefits. Such a huge improvement was barely within their expectations. If it wasn't for the rebellion of the 7 divine generals' manners, I'm afraid that after this, there would be many more true severing realm cultivators in the Yuqing Divine Kingdom's younger generation. Hui Yuankun suddenly sighed and said leisurely, Divine General Taishu Mansion, Divine General Yuanding Mansion, Divine General Xian Huang Mansion, Divine General Nia Huang Mansion, Divine General Xianzhan Mansion, Divine General Inhe Mansion, and Divine General Tsainglun Mansion. Because of the rebellion, the immemorial space's disciples were all killed. Not a single one of them. Their subordinate manners were all strong. If not for them, many severing realm cultivators would be born at this time. As their wars art, because they great die because their families is there because their father, he divine general, and you emperor, and the, at the same time, Yu Qingxi, Yu Qingdu, Yu Qingqi, Yu Qingliang, and Yu Qingyu also came to their side. The disciples of the other factions also had their elders come to greet them. Seeing that their disciples' cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, everyone's faces were blooming with smiles. Brother Jibai, Sister Jixin, Brother Yizong, Brother Yoguang, Brother Qingliang, Sister Qingyu. Just as the 3 divine generals and the group of young people were about to greet each other, a fat and round man suddenly squeezed himself between them. The fat man had really squeezed his way in. His body was so big that he looked like a fat ball. He squeezed Yu Qingliang and He Jibai so hard that they staggered. Brother Fan, what can I do for you? He Jibai and Yu Qingliang smiled helplessly and asked. He. The fat man who squeezed into the crowd was none other than Fan Yushu, who had met Du Xiaofu in the immemorial space. He came from a faction called the Divine Black Sect, which was not weak in the Yuqing Divine Kingdom. At this time, he had also reached the true severing realm, which was simply amazing. Fan Yushu faced He Jibai and the others, cupped his hands and bowed in a circle, and said with a smile, Thank you all for taking care of me in the immemorial space. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to have the opportunity to break through to the true severing realm so quickly. Although there was a mischievous smile on his face, his words were very sincere. Just as he said, after the chaos in the 7 divine generals' residences in the immemorial space had subsided, these people did take great care of him and gave him a share of many benefits. Otherwise, with the fat man's cultivation at the late stage of the soul-seizing realm, it would have been a long way to go for him to reach the true severing realm. We are all disciples of the Divine Kingdom, and have traveled together in the immemorial space for so many years. Fatty, why are you being so polite? He Jibai and He Jibai did not speak, but the third prince, Yu Qingxi, who was wearing golden battle armor, laughed softly and said to Fan Yushu, If you really treat me as an outsider, then I'll be embarrassed to say these things to you. The fat man was still chuckling. He thought about it and continued, I'll be returning to the Divine Black Sect first. I'll have to trouble you all to send my regards to Brother Xiaofu when you return to the city. In fact, Fan Yushu knew very well that these princes and disciples of the Divine General's residences were taking care of him all because of Du Xiaofu. After all, the 2 of them had traveled together and experienced the predicament of the Divine Barren Heaven Lock formation together. Why don't you come with us to Yang Divine City and meet Brother Du again? He Jibai revealed a gentle smile. After interacting with the fat man for more than 10 years, they were very familiar with each other and did not treat him as an outsider at all. If the fat man was willing, he could let him stay in the Zihong Divine General's residence and meet Du Xiaofu together. However, just as He Jibai finished speaking, He Mengchang opened his mouth and said softly, That brat Du Xiaofu is currently in closed-door cultivation. I haven't seen him for more than 10 years. After you return, I'm afraid you won't be able to see him for a while. Seclusion for more than 10 years? The group of young experts widened their eyes in shock. Du Xiaofu's performance in the origin space was particularly eye-catching and suppressed the limelight of countless people. It was his own strength that overturned the conspiracy of the 7 divine generals' residences and the ultimate spirit's sacred ground, saving countless people. It could be said that when Du Xiaofu left the origin space, his cultivation was much stronger than everyone else's. However, now that he had been in seclusion for more than 10 years, one could imagine that with his terrifying talent, he would definitely improve and leave them even further behind. I wonder when Brother Xiaofu will come out of seclusion. He should have stabilized at the mid-stage of true severing by now and is trying to break through to the late stage of true severing, right? He Jibai muttered and said so, a bitter smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. It seemed that he could forget about surpassing Du Xiaofu in this lifetime. However, at the same time, he also had expectations and hoped to see Du Xiaofu break through to an even higher realm. Ha! Hearing Hijibai's words, the 3 divine generals couldn't help but laugh. Father, uncles, what are you laughing at? At this time, Hijishin stepped forward and cast a puzzled look at the 3 of them. Ha ha, you're wrong. Du Xiaofu was already at the late stage of true severing more than 10 years ago. After laughing for a while, Duan Baichuan said with great emotion. What? Hijibai, Hijishin, Yu Qingliang, Yu Qingxi, Fan Yushu, and the others all turned pale with fright when they heard this. Late stage of true severing? And it was something that happened more than 10 years ago? This was too terrifying, wasn't it? How on earth did Du Xiaofu that guy cultivate? How was this normal cultivation? It was simply flying, okay? Compared to him, all of them were just trash. How the fuck do you want us to live? Cheng Qing scolded with a bitter face. When the others heard this, they all nodded their heads like chicks pecking at rice. That's not all. That kid also did something big back then. He brought more than 200 immortal-level experts from the divine nation and stirred up the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven. He Meng Chang chuckled softly and said this again. When he spoke, he set up a barrier around them. Except for the few people around him, the others on the periphery couldn't hear it. This, Yu Qingliang, He Jibai, He Jixin, Fan Yushu, Yu Qingxi, and the others were all stunned. The shock in their hearts couldn't be any greater. After the narration of the 3 divine generals, everyone clearly understood what happened back then. They couldn't help but admire Du Xiaofu, that guy. No matter where he went, he could stir up trouble. Not only did he cause a lot of trouble among his peers in the primeval dimension, but he even brought more than 200 immortal-level experts from the divine kingdom with him, which alarmed the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Facing the siege of many races, Du Xiaofu even took the lead to hold a feast of beast meat. In the end, more than 100,000 immortal-level experts were dispatched, and the meditative realm was born to suppress Du Xiaofu and the others. But in the end, they still retreated unscathed and returned to the supreme Changrong heaven and the Yuqing divine nation intact. How could such a terrifying act not make people's hearts beat wildly? What was awesome? This was absolutely awesome. That kind of scene, just thinking about it made people's blood boil all over, right? How did that guy do it? Fatty Fan Yushu blinked. He couldn't believe it was true. It sounded like a dream. However, there were some things that the 3 divine generals knew very well. They couldn't say anything to the younger generation. At the very least, they couldn't mention the existence of that bloody slaughter. Moreover, they didn't know where Yu Taiyan borrowed that blood-gold long blade from the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. They could imagine that behind the Yuqing divine nation, there was definitely a colossus so powerful that it made people's hair stand on end. It was so terrifying that it was hard to estimate. Brother Xiaofu is really... Yu Qingxi and Duan Yizong both felt speechless and powerless at the same time. Du Xiaofu had already left them in the dust. He actually had so many interactions with immortal-level experts. That was definitely not a feat that an ordinary person could accomplish. If this spread out, it would definitely shock the 33 heavens. But obviously, the Yuqing divine nation didn't intend to spread this matter. It was just that they weren't outsiders, so they knew part of it. In a few decades, that guy should also come out of seclusion. At that time, another grand event is about to happen. In the next few decades, you should also properly stabilize your own realms. Hopefully, you'll be able to obtain more opportunities at that time. Hui Yuankun didn't say anything more about Du Xiaofu's matter. Instead, he changed the topic and said to the group of young people around him, "Another grand event?" Everyone was surprised, but they didn't feel too surprised. After all, the training in the origin space this time was different from the past. It allowed void-returning realm experts to enter. Therefore, some people had already guessed that the origin space was just a foundation. There was an even bigger event waiting for them later. The next grand event should be many times grander than the origin space, Hijibai said softly. He looked at his father, wanting to know the answer. He had made such a deduction in the past and told Du Xiaofu, but he didn't know the details. That's right. In about 70 or 80 years, a secret place called the Fiend God Battlefield will open. At that time, all of you will also enter. This isn't just a matter for the Yuqing Divine Nation. The entire 35 sacred lands and 72 divine nations of the Supreme Changrong Heaven will participate. He Mengchang nodded and said. He didn't hide the fact that the Absolute Spirit's sacred ground had been destroyed. The entire Supreme Changrong Heaven, 35 sacred lands and 72 divine nations will all participate. Hearing this news, Yu Qingliang, He Jixin, Fan Yushu, Duan Yizong, and the others were shocked again. Just the Yuqing Divine Kingdom alone had already produced so many young talents. One could only imagine how grand the event would be when the time came. One had to know that the overall strength of the Yuqing Divine Nation wasn't considered very strong among the 72 divine nations. It wasn't outstanding at all. Of course, this was excluding the thousands of immortal cultivators that the Divine Emperor had brought from other worlds. Among the younger generation, the Yuqing Divine Nation wasn't strong in the entire Supreme Changrong Heaven. Each of the 35 sacred lands was a terrifying existence. Many of the young experts that walked out of them were at the late-stage truth-severing realm like Du Xiaofu. However, Du Xiaofu hadn't cultivated for long. Those young experts couldn't compare to him. The Fiend God Battlefield, I must go! Fatty Fan Yushu rubbed his hands vigorously, his eyes twinkling like stars. How could he miss out on something that would benefit him? Naturally, he had to participate. Let's go. When we return, we'll stabilize our cultivation. If we can make some progress in the next few decades, that would be even better. Hui Yuankun looked at everyone and said. After that, He Jibai, Yu Qingliang, Yu Qingqi, and the others bade farewell to Fan Yushu. The group broke through the void and headed for the Divine City. Fan Yushu also left with the elders of the Divine Black Sect who came to pick him up. The top 10,000 cultivators in the origin space were tallied by the Divine Nations. Everything came to an end very quickly. It could be said that after experiencing the experience of the origin space, as long as one was able to walk out alive, they would have a great harvest. While many people were excited, they were also rubbing their hands together. This was because news of the Divine Devil battlefield had already spread. They were all looking forward to the arrival of this grand event. Everyone wanted to see what kind of sparks would fly between the youths of the 35 sacred lands and 72 divine nations. The 33 heavens was very peaceful. Nothing too big happened. At the very least, in the Supreme Changrong Heaven and Qian Su Jinghua Heaven, everything was the same as usual. The major powers maintained a peaceful balance. It was precisely amid such peace and tranquility that time silently flowed by, and it was like quicksand that vanished without anyone noticing, causing it to be impossible to pursue any longer. Under such circumstances, another 60 years passed unknowingly. Over the past 60 years, Yuqing God Kingdom had been very peaceful. However, the thousands of immortal realm masters who had followed Yu Taiyan to this world had all left. No one knew where they had gone to train themselves. Even the Eternals wanted to make a deeper breakthrough. None of them dared to slack off. However, Chu Daoju, Ling Feng, and Long San all stayed behind. All they know is to go into closed-door training. No one wants to chat or drink with this old man. Yu Taiyan took a stroll in the divine palace, muttering and sighing. It's been 80 years and that brat Xiaofu still hasn't returned from Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Among all of them, he was the most leisurely one. His cultivation was built on endless treasures. He didn't need to cultivate at all and didn't expect to break through to the meditative realm. Yan Sungkong, that brat, I want to see how many years you'll need to break through. Yu Yuqian snorted and muttered in dissatisfaction. There was even a hint of jealousy in his voice. When he had no one to talk to, his greatest pleasure was to catch some of the children in the divine kingdom and give them a few pointers. However, many people knew that Yu Yu's former disciple was really too fucking bad. Thus, many people hid their younger generations away from this old man. This made Yu Yuqian even more depressed. He raised his head to look at the sky all day long. He was indescribably bleak, like a 10,000-year-old pine tree that had weathered wind, frost, rain, and snow. It'll be over soon. Once the 100-year period is up, I'll be able to enjoy it for a while. Yu Yuqian counted the days with his fingers and looked forward to it happily. The person he missed the most was Du Xiaofu. With that brat's troublesome attitude, there would definitely be a great show to watch. If that brat couldn't handle it himself, he could step in and stand up for him. At the same time, he could show off his power. Yu Yuqian liked this kind of thing very much. There are still 20 years to the 100-year period. Just thinking about it makes me feel uncomfortable. Suddenly, the originally excited Yu Yuqian put on a bitter face and sighed. Chapter 2804. In the Tsanghuan grotto of the Yamata no Orochi clan, Du Xiaofu was still in seclusion. Enveloped by a huge talisman array, the void octagon diagram spun rapidly, releasing an earth-shattering aura. However, under the isolation of the array, none of this spread to the outside world. Even the ordinary elites of the Yamata no Orochi clan couldn't sense it. 70 years! It only took 70 years for Master to reach such a level. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and other laws have all reached the limit. They're already complete. Only the wind element and a few other laws of matter are still lacking, but they're also close to perfection. Master is really abnormal. Unbelievable. In just a few decades, he actually reached this step. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Master's attainments in the laws of matter are already at the peak of the late stage of truth severing. He's about to reach perfection. If he goes one step further, he can directly reach the immortal realm and try to integrate the laws of matter. The void octagon technique is really terrifying. To be able to have such a terrifying advancement, the Wheel of 8 Trigrams must have contributed greatly. Outside the cave, more than a dozen immortal elites of the Yamata no Orochi clan stood in the air. They all looked at the Wheel of 8 Trigrams in the sky in shock. Everyone's words had an unbelievable evaluation of Du Xiaofu. They were all immortal realm masters. As members of the Yamata no Orochi clan, they were born with the innate talent of racial affinity derived from the 8 material laws. Moreover, when these dozen or so people were in the true severing realm, they had also gradually comprehended the other laws and stepped into the immortal realm. In these few decades, under the Wheel of 8 Trigrams in the sky, every time there was a huge fluctuation, it would cause these people to be shocked. And every time there was a fluctuation, there would be one or more laws of matter rising, becoming more terrifying and vast. These immortal elites of the Yamata no Orochi clan knew that it was because Du Xiaofu had comprehended the laws of matter. Today, under the Wheel of 8 Trigrams in the sky, all the laws of matter were close to being real. It was not like in the beginning, when only the laws of thunder, fire, and water were the most powerful, and the other laws were illusory. The laws of matter reinforce and counteract each other. Using this principle, even if Master doesn't come to the Yamata no Orochi clan, it's only a matter of time before he enters the immortal realm. Everything will come naturally when he understands the mysteries of it. Snake One's eyes shone with divine light, as bright as the sun in the sky. He murmured he felt a deep throbbing from the bottom of his heart. The void 8 trigrams in the sky was extraordinary. Was in the realm. Was heaven and earth Dharma and Logos. The Creator must have been a master. Had Dharma, heaven and earth Dharma and Logos, Dharma and Logos of heaven, heaven and earth heaven heaven and earth Dharma and heaven Tao and earth's heaven. What did this was this? To touch the heaven Tao, one must have integrated at least one primitive law and become a meditative body. Even in the whole 33 heavens, compared to the huge number of creatures, it was a pitifully small existence. Moreover, it only appeared once in tens of thousands of years. The void 8 trigrams in the sky is still rotating, and the power of law is still fluctuating. If this continues, Master will be able to break through to the immortal realm with the complete laws of matter in less than 10 years. Beside the snake, an old man opened his mouth and said in a daze. When the others beside him heard this, they all nodded. It was not difficult for them to see that Du Xiaofu's laws of matter were approaching perfection. As long as he continued to comprehend, he would soon reach the perfection of the reality-severing realm. At that time, he would have the ability to break through to the immortal realm. Breaking through to the immortal realm after cultivating for a few decades in the reality-severing realm was unbelievable. At this moment, the immortal realm masters of the Yamata no Orochi clan were all amazed by Du Xiaofu's talent. They were all looking forward to the day Du Xiaofu came out of seclusion. All of the immortal powerhouses stayed behind. They wanted to witness this unprecedented magnificent feat of the 33 heavens. Time passed slowly. The immortal realm masters stood like weathered stones. On each of their 8 heads, their eyes were motionless as they looked at the void 8 trigrams, sensing the powerful energy released from it. However, they had only waited for a year in this state when the 8 trigrams in the sky suddenly buzzed and trembled violently. Then they saw that the mountains, rivers, heavenly lightning, earthly fire, and other scenes all disappeared in an instant. What's going on? Why did it suddenly stop? Clearly, the laws of Earth have not reached perfection. It was fine before, and there were no accidents. Did something happen to Master? It shouldn't be. Looking at the state before, it was clearly going to happen naturally. The dozen or so Yamata no Orochi clan masters were shocked and woke up from their stupor. They were very surprised and extremely puzzled by this scene. Because all of this had happened too suddenly, and it was not what they had imagined at all. In their imagination, Du Xiaofu could directly reach perfection of the laws of matter with the help of the void 8 trigrams. After he came out of seclusion, he only needed to stabilize his realm a little, and then he would be able to advance to the immortal realm. But at the last moment, that magnificent aura suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air, disappearing without a trace. This made all the masters turn pale with fright. They were afraid that Du Xiaofu had encountered some accident during his cultivation. However, just as they were worried, the seal outside the heavenly cave flickered and shone brightly. Then, they saw a purple-robed figure walk out and come to the side of the crowd. "Master!" Snake One and the others cried out softly, and hurriedly went up to greet him. "Master, did something happen? Why did it suddenly stop at the last moment?" The snake's 16 eyes were all looking at Du Xiaofu, containing an indescribable feeling of puzzlement. "It's nothing, I just stopped myself." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly and said. He had endless emotions in his heart, praising the void 8 trigrams for being a superpower created by the master of the 3,000 sectors. Not only did it have ferocious attacking means, but it could also be used to comprehend various laws. Although Du Xiaofu had only comprehended the laws of matter this time, he knew that the 3 primitive laws of time, space, and soul could be directly integrated into the void 8 trigrams and become one. However, with his current cultivation level, he was still unable to do this. He stopped himself. Snake One and the others were stunned, feeling a little confused. They did not quite understand Du Xiaofu's idea. He could have reached perfection directly, but why did he stop himself? Cutting the truth means cutting the cage and reconstructing the true self. If you want to break through from this realm to the higher immortal realm, you have to cut off the redundant principles and use a complete original principle to transcend. That way, You can have an immortal body and live forever. You can go through the ages without dying. Du Xiaofu sighed lightly and said with emotion, If I cultivate the law of matter to perfection and then break through to the immortal realm, then I will not be able to cultivate any deeper in other laws. Elder Kong had once told him about the difference between the two realms of cutting the truth and immortal realm. Cutting the truth was to constantly explore the true meaning of the laws of time, space, matter, and soul. Of these four primitive laws, one had to choose at least one of them as the direction to comprehend with all his might. Only by completely comprehending the myriad of true meanings derived from a certain primitive law could one step into the immortal realm. The so-called immortal realm was to merge the true meanings of these laws one by one to achieve a truly complete primitive law and obtain an immortal body. The cutting cage of cutting the true realm referred to the laws other than the primitive law that one cultivated with all his might. For example, if Du Xiaofu cultivated the law of matter with all his might, then the three great laws of time, space, and soul would have to become a cage that had to be cut off. Once one stepped into the immortal realm and started to merge with the law of matter, then one would no longer have the chance to cultivate these primitive laws. The methods that one grasped at the earliest could only be used as methods and would no longer be able to use them to touch the supreme laws of heaven and earth. Just like Elder Kong, he had grasped the complete law of space and was gradually completing the merge. At the same time, Elder Kong's attainments in the law of fire were extraordinary, but he could no longer continue to comprehend the complete law of matter. Such an outcome was not what Du Xiaofu wanted. He wanted to walk a path that few people had walked, a path that no one had walked since ancient times. This, after Snake One and the others heard what Du Xiaofu said, all of them opened their eyes wide and were shocked once again. Although Du Xiaofu did not say it clearly, how could they not understand the meaning behind it? His master wanted to cultivate two or more primordial laws to perfection before attempting to break through to the immortal realm. This thought made their hearts tremble for no reason. This was absolutely not something that ordinary people could imagine. It was not that no one had tried, but this path was too difficult, and very few people could succeed. In the entire 33 heavens, those who could master two complete laws and reach the immortal realm could definitely be counted on one's fingers. The law of matter has reached the peak of the late stage of the true Slayer realm and is only one step away from perfection. The law of space is at the late stage of the true Slayer realm, and the law of time and soul are both at the early stage of the true Slayer realm. Overall, my strength should be able to contend with a true Slayer realm expert directly. If I use some other methods, I might be able to exchange blows with someone who has just entered the immortal realm. Du Xiaofu calculated in his heart and estimated his own strength. In terms of true cultivation and strength, it should not be difficult for him to fight against a normal true Slayer realm expert. If he used some other methods, such as the blue spirit armor, the purple lightning profound cauldron, and so on, he might even have a chance to contend with someone who has just entered the immortal realm. Only the time law and the soul law were not comprehended by him. Compared to the space law and the material law, they were still too far apart. In terms of realm, they were two whole levels apart. I've been in the Qiansu Jinghua heaven for more than 80 years. I'm afraid the divine demon battlefield is about to open. After calculating the time, Du Xiaofu thought that the divine demon battlefield was about to open, so he waved at Snake One and the others. I'm leaving. After he finished speaking, he turned around and flew out of Sanghuan Grotto. Those people of the Yamata no Orochi clan had been planted with the blood soul seal by him, so they would definitely not betray him. So it was fine to let them know about his matters. Before leaving the Yuqing Divine Kingdom, Yu Qian had told Du Xiaofu to return before 100 years and lead the younger generation of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom to participate in the Divine Demon battlefield. Counting the days, it was not too far away from the 100-year deadline. It was time to go back. Now that his cultivation had broken through again, Du Xiaofu did not need to stay in this world any longer. What he needed to do next was to stabilize his realm and make further progress in the time law and the soul law. In addition, Du Xiaofu had been worried about one thing, and that was the whereabouts of Du Xiaoyao and Little Xingxing. It had been almost 90 years since they were chased by the elders of the School of Vertical and Horizontal, but there was still no news of them. Yu Taiyan had also sent people out to investigate, but there was still no result. This made Du Xiaofu very worried. Let's go back. After leaving the Tsanghuan grotto of the Yamata no Orochi clan, Du Xiaofu flew all the way to the wormhole. This time, without the blood sword, he could not directly return to the Supreme Changrong Heaven. He could only go through the wormhole. When he passed by the Chimera Lion clan, Du Xiaofu also went to take a look. After finding that there was nothing wrong with this clan, he continued on his way. Along the way, he also deliberately paid attention to the many living beings in this world. However, everything was very peaceful, just like in the past. Back then, more than 200 of them had caused a huge commotion in this world, but it was completely calmed down, and no one dared to mention it again. The primordial demonic dragon clan, the green blood giant clan, and the divine netherworld clan. Du Xiaofu muttered the names of the 3 strongest clans in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. He was puzzled. Back then, when he was besieged, in the end, the 3 clans intervened to encircle and annihilate him. However, they actually named him and wanted to kill him. This made Du Xiaofu very puzzled. However, although he did not know the specific details, Du Xiaofu could guess that there must be something fishy about it. Those 3 clans definitely would not shoot without aiming. Du Xiaofu was not in a hurry. There would be a day when something fishy would surface and be revealed to the world. He hurried all the way to the wormhole. Just as Du Xiaofu was leisurely rushing, an old man walked out of the wormhole. This old man's eyes emitted a cold green light. 2 sharp rays of light shot out from his pupils like sharp blades, carrying a deep sense of acuity. Waves of invisible law waves spread out, affecting the surrounding space. If someone was glanced at by him, they would feel as if they were being stared at by a terrifying giant wolf, making them feel chills in their heart for no reason. The primordial demonic dragon clan, the green blood giant clan, and the divine netherworld clan, what are these 3 strongest clans in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven preparing? After the old man walked out of the wormhole, he tore the void apart and went in a certain direction. He was thinking about something in his mind. He faintly felt that this world was about to undergo a great change. This was because in the past few decades, although the 3 major races hadn't made any big moves, they had been secretly spreading their forces, as if they wanted to integrate all the forces in this world into a single rope. This kind of situation could only mean one thing. Something big was bound to happen in the future. These 3 clans were secretly preparing. But what the truth was, ordinary people simply had no way of knowing. And this time, this old man appeared from the wormhole to take a trip to the outside world to do some trivial things for the 3 clans. I'm afraid the Qian Su Jinghua heaven won't be peaceful for too long. The old man sighed softly and sighed with emotion. The movements of the 3 clans would probably become bigger and bigger. When the time came, it would definitely affect all the creatures in this world. If the disturbance was severe enough, the other worlds in the 33 heavens might also be involved. Thinking of this, the old man unexpectedly felt somewhat melancholy. The creatures in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven had lived in peace for countless years. Almost no experts from the outside world came to disturb them. Only a small number of juniors would occasionally come here to gain experience. If something big were to happen in the future, this kind of peaceful life would probably be gone forever. The old man shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He was only at the immortal initial stage. These things were not up to him to decide. Those real experts of the 3 clans would naturally be plotting behind the scenes. He calmed down the thoughts in his mind and continued to walk towards his clan. The speed of an immortal expert could be said to be extremely fast. In less than half a day, he had already traversed countless tens of thousands of li. This old man came from the heaven-swallowing demonic wolf clan. He was not far from the spatial wormhole. In a day or 2, he would arrive there. However, at a certain moment, the old man's eyes suddenly turned cold. His pair of dark green eyes emitted an awe-inspiring green light. Eh? He let out a soft cry of surprise. Somewhat strangely, he cast his gaze to the void on the other side. The old man perceived that there was a strange aura fluctuating in the distance. A passage was torn open in the void. Someone was walking through it. The peak of the late stage of the true severing stage? A human? The old man said softly. He instantly saw through the strength and origin of that person who was walking forward at high speed. Normally, a true severing stage person was not enough to be taken seriously by him. However, that person just happened to be a human. This made him pay some extra attention to him. As he carefully investigated, he was even more astonished. It's actually that Du Xiaofu. Why did he come to the Qian Su Jinghua heaven again? The old man was somewhat stunned. He was deeply surprised by the identity of that human. In the past, when the 200+ humans were encircled and annihilated, he also took part in it. It could be said that he was very familiar with Du Xiaofu. Moreover, in the end, the power behind them came to this world with a terrifying long blade. When the grand beginning demonic dragon clan's meditative realm's demonic dragon ancestor came into being, they successfully saved everyone. This was even more memorable. Chapter 2805. That miraculous long saber, bloody slaughter, left a deep impression on people. Otherwise, with the help of the demonic dragon ancestor, those humans would not have been able to escape death no matter how powerful they were. Therefore, even though the living beings of this world rarely mentioned what happened back then, to the immortal realm experts who participated in that conflict, none of them could forget it. Not only was it a great experience, but it was also the shame of the entire Qian Su Jinghua heaven. At this moment, seeing Du Xiaofu in the void passage, the old man of the heaven-devouring demonic wolf clan could not help but have a violent and ruthless feeling in his heart. What a powerful boy! We haven't seen each other for only a few decades, but your cultivation has improved so much. But this time, you have nowhere to run! The old man's lips curled into a sinister smile. After laughing ferociously, he turned his head and flew straight towards Du Xiaofu. Since he had seen this boy, there was no reason for him to let him go. As long as he succeeded in killing him, he would be able to make a great contribution in front of the Chaisher Demon Dragon clan and the other two clans. Eh? Someone is coming! Du Xiaofu, who was traveling through the void passage, suddenly felt his eyelids twitch. He spread out the power of his primordial spirit, and found that a figure was rapidly coming towards him. This time, he planned to return to the Supreme Changrong heaven directly. He did not stay in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven, so he did not use the disguised divine technique. Under normal circumstances, he should have reached the location of the wormhole smoothly, and then left directly. In fact, if he used the Fuyao style with all his strength to travel continuously, it would only take him about half a day to reach the wormhole. But who would have thought that his whereabouts would be discovered by someone, and that person seemed to be rushing towards him for some reason. He's an expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have discovered me before I did. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and made such a judgment in his heart. Since this person was able to discover him and directly rush towards him, this person's strength was definitely above his. It was very likely that he was an immortal realm expert. Brat, you even dared to show up in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. You've got guts! While Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, the old man's roar rang out. Along with this, a vast wave of energy surged through the sky, shattering the void as it pressed down on Du Xiaofu. Immortal realm! Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched a few times. He was shocked by the old man's strength. Just as he had expected, the old man who had rushed over was an immortal realm expert. Even from such a distance, Du Xiaofu could feel the terrifying aura emanating from the other party's body, causing one's heart to tremble. However, he had now reached the peak of the late stage of the true severing stage, and his attainments in the laws of space and the laws of matter were even more profound. After merely circulating the power of the laws in his body, he was able to resist all of this. Du Xiaofu, let's see where you can run to today! Give me your life! The old man yelled as he rushed forward at full speed. The endless distance was quickly swept under his feet. In just a few breaths' time, His face was clearly seen by Du Xiaofu. Damn it, I was actually discovered by an immortal realm expert. Du Xiaofu cursed inwardly. Without thinking, he directly used his fastest speed to rush in the direction of the wormhole. Obviously, that old man knew him. He was definitely one of the many experts who had besieged his group. Facing such an immortal realm expert, it would be really dangerous if he didn't run away. Although his cultivation had improved greatly and he was confident in facing an ordinary immortal realm expert, it should be known that this was the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. If the news spread out, it wouldn't take long for more people to rush over. At that time, he could only face a situation where there was no road to heaven and no door to hell. He would be chased to death no matter where he went. With this understanding, Du Xiaofu moved with all his might. He only wanted to reach the wormhole as soon as possible. Once he entered it, he would be absolutely safe. Brat, you still want to run? Today you must die. I admit that you're extraordinary. You've reached the peak of the late stage of true severing realms so quickly. But I'm at the first sky of immortal realm. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as turning my hand. The old man shouted loudly. His whole body emitted a strong murderous intent. Using his immortal realm cultivation base, he was like chasing stars and chasing the moon. He followed Du Xiaofu from afar and didn't fall behind at all. Damn it, my cultivation base is still not enough. I can't get rid of him. Du Xiaofu cursed. His cultivation base burst out to the extreme. Using the Fuyao style and the space principle, he had already reached the limit of speed. Even so, he still couldn't get rid of the old man behind him. The gap between the true severing realm and the immortal realm was really huge. Little bastard, weren't you very powerful in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven that year? You even ate an immortal realm expert of my sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan. If you have guts, don't run. Let me tear you to pieces to avenge the humiliation of that year. Behind him, the old man's voice came with a cold smile. This young man was a must-kill target. The Taisher demonic dragon clan saw him as a thorn in their side. Back then, he even killed an expert of his clan and ate his flesh. This made the old man want to kill him no matter what. What sky-swallowing demonic wolf? You're just an old dog. If you have the ability, catch me first. Don't let me kill you too. I swear I'll eat you up. Du Xiaofu turned around and cursed as he continued to move forward at high speed. He had the space principle. Although his cultivation base was not as good as the old man's, his speed was not slower than the old man's. In this way, as long as he successfully escaped to the position of the wormhole, he could escape smoothly. However, just after Du Xiaofu finished cursing, his eyelids suddenly twitched. As if he thought of something fun, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. Little bastard, no matter how good your mouth is, you can't escape death today. Hearing Du Xiaofu call him an old dog, the old man got angry at once. At the same time, he was also a little anxious. With his immortal realm cultivation base, he actually could not catch up with the young man. However, he did not care too much about this. That Du Xiaofu must have consumed a lot of energy to move so fast. When he lost more than half of his power, his speed would definitely drop greatly. At that time, it would be easy to capture and kill him. Thinking of this, the old man laughed ferociously. No matter what, this young man must die today. Old dog, if you have the ability, catch me first, and then talk big. Du Xiaofu spat, and then he didn't waste his breath on Qinshi any longer, and just ran for his life. Both of them exerted their speed to the limit, and flew in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. After less than half a day, the two of them were getting closer and closer to the position of the wormhole. They were only less than 100,000 li away from it. For an immortal realm expert, such a distance could be covered in a very short time. At this time, the old man finally became more and more anxious. If he still could not stop Du Xiaofu, that young man might really escape again. He was a little angry and blamed himself for underestimating that young man's endurance. I hope it's not too late to send a message to the clan now. The old man thought for a while. Then, he used the unique method of the heaven-devouring demonic wolf clan to send the message of Du Xiaofu's appearance out, in order to contact the nearby beast clans and start a hunt. However, just when the old man finished doing this, his eyes suddenly twitched. Then, a great surprise surged up in his heart. Finally, he can't hold on anymore? The old man found that Du Xiaofu's speed started to slow down gradually. He was no longer as fast as before. Such a scene made him feel surprised for no reason. As long as that young man slowed down, it would be easy for him to capture and kill him. After all, the gap between the true Severing realm and the immortal realm was like a natural chasm. Killing the other party was just a little bit more effort than killing an ant. Du Xiaofu, you have nowhere to run! The old man shouted. He increased his speed again and chased after him. You old dog, you're really haunting me like a ghost. Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth and cursed. However, he was a little happy in his heart. It was not because his endurance had been exhausted to the limit. It should be known that he had profound attainments in both the space law and the matter law. This distance was simply not enough for him to consume too much energy. The reason why he slowed down was that Du Xiaofu deliberately. He wanted the old man to catch up with him near the wormhole. His plan was simple. His cultivation base had broken through, but he still needed to find someone to test his strength. And this first sky of immortal realm old man in front of him was a suitable candidate. As Du Xiaofu was talking, his body suddenly stopped in midair. He walked out of the space tunnel and faced the old man of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan. Little bastard, aren't you good at running away? Why don't you run? The old man sneered. With a swish, he came in front of Du Xiaofu and stood face to face with him. He said, I have to say that you're really bold. You dared to show up in my Qiansu Jinghua sky. And in front of an immortal realm expert, you didn't continue to run away. Instead, you stopped. You're simply courting death. Boundless joy rose in his heart. He looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered. This kid's behavior was absolutely courting death. However, after thinking for a while, the old man felt relieved. Presumably, Du Xiaofu knew that he couldn't run away, so he just faced him directly. Old dog, do you really think that you can defeat me? Du Xiaofu curled the corners of his mouth, looking at the old man. Wahaha. Little bastard, you're still talking nonsense at this moment. If you want to die, how can I not help you? These words came out of the old man's mouth. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his palm and slammed it towards Du Xiaofu. As soon as his palm struck out, the sky and earth seemed to boil up. Tens of thousands of powers of principles intertwined, creating a terrifying energy light curtain. It was like a majestic city wall, pressing down on Du Xiaofu. A large area of the void was crushed into pieces, and a portion of it was directly crushed into powder and turned into chaos. For the time being, the entire sky and earth seemed to be affected, shaking unceasingly. The power of the immortal realm expert is really intimidating. Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. Looking at the old man's attack, his eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't the first time he came into contact with an immortal realm expert, but it was the first time he faced such an existence head-on. When he saw the overwhelming power of the immortal realm expert, his whole body was trembling. The pressure on his body was transmitted to his feet, causing the void to collapse. Thud, thud, thud. A series of subtle sounds reverberated. Du Xiaofu's body burst open, and purple gold blood spurted out. The immortal Xian body couldn't withstand the aura of an immortal realm expert, and cracks appeared on it. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was also shaking. His whole body was greatly shaken. However, this was only the aura. It wasn't a real attack. Little bastard, give me your life! Kill! The old man let out a loud roar, like a wolf howling, breaking the void. He pushed out a palm, and it was as if he was pushing a side of the world. The mighty power was vigorous, and it pressed down. Seeing Du Xiaofu standing there, the old man was very happy. Under his full power, a true Severing realm expert definitely didn't have the power to resist. Facing such a terrifying attack, Du Xiaofu suddenly roared from his throat, and an earth-shaking dragon roar erupted. Without thinking, he directly used the second transformation of the blue spirit armor, transforming into the body of the blue dragon. The gigantic dragon body twisted in the void, turning the heavens and earth upside down. Terrifying energy fluctuations poured out, and the earth and mountains below disappeared in large swaths, turning into dust. The old man's terrifying aura in front of him was also whipped by Du Xiaofu's dragon tail, and it cracked. "Ha!" The old man couldn't help but be surprised by Du Xiaofu's strength. That kid's methods were really extraordinary. He actually transformed into the body of the blue dragon, and when the aftershock of his attack swept over, it was also shattered. This kind of strength was far from what an ordinary late-stage true Severing Realm expert could do. So what if you transform into the body of the blue dragon? You can't escape death in the end. The old man grinned maliciously and continued to push his palm forward. The light curtain, which was like a majestic city wall, flew out in a row, emitting a loud rumble. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. "Purple lightning profound cauldron, come out!" Du Xiaofu let out a loud roar when he felt the incomparably oppressive force. Then 9 black shadows flew out from his dragon body, transforming into 9 huge divine lightning cauldrons, and directly met the old man's attack. Rumble! The 9 cauldrons moved the sky, domineering in the world. The 9 unparalleled heavy weapons released a mighty power that suppressed heaven and earth, blocking in front of Du Xiaofu, and colliding with the terrifying light screen. Dong dong dong! A series of terrifying loud sounds spread out, and heaven and earth shook. The muffled sound waves spread out, and the blue sky was collapsing, the thick earth was tumbling, and the void was exploding. The surrounding tens of thousands of miles were stirred up as if they had encountered the end of the world, and it was a complete mess. And even though Du Xiaofu had the second transformation of the blue spirit armor protecting him, his primordial spirit also suffered an unimaginable shock, and a large mouthful of purple gold blood sprayed out from his dragon mouth. His entire body was not lightly injured. In the end, he once again endured the shock on his body, and with a few swings of his dragon tail, the remaining energy was crushed into nothingness. "Human kid, you really overestimate yourself. You actually want to fight against an immortal realm expert with the cultivation of true Severing Realm." The old man of the heaven-devouring demonic wolf clan laughed sinisterly, looking at Du Xiaofu as he spoke. Although he said so, he couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of this human youth. In the entire 33 heavens, how many people in the true Severing Realm could withstand his current attack? But Du Xiaofu did it, so how could he not feel incredulous? "It seems that I still overestimated myself a little." After Du Xiaofu swept away all the remaining energy waves, he performed the first move of Fuyao and retreated to the distant sky, widening the distance between him and the old man. He murmured with a somewhat bitter smile. He originally thought that after breaking through, he should be able to fight against an immortal realm expert, but now it seemed that he still overestimated himself a little. If it weren't for the blue spirit armor and the purple thunder profound cauldron, he was afraid that the blow just now could have directly turned him into ashes, and the best result would have been serious injuries and dying. The immortal realm was really too terrifying. "Kid, you can take a blow from an immortal realm expert. Even if you die without a burial place, you should be proud of yourself," the old man of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan said with a gloomy smile, and then he suddenly snorted coldly, saying, "In my Qian Su Jinghua heaven, you acted recklessly and preyed on the experts of my sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan. Human, your death is not to be regretted. Today, I will use your life to avenge the people of my clan who died, and to wipe away the disgrace of the many experts of my Qian Su Jinghua heaven." He hated Du Xiaofu very much in his heart, and only wanted to kill him as soon as possible. Most importantly, judging from the killing intent of the Taisher demonic dragon, the green blood giant, and the divine netherworld clan towards Du Xiaofu, he would definitely be able to obtain a lot of benefits after killing him this time. Just thinking about this made the old man's blood boil. The benefits given by the 3 strongest clans would definitely be generous. "Kill!" the old man thought in his heart, and once again let out a deep shout. He raised his palm again, and slapped towards Du Xiaofu. The magnificent power of laws intertwined with each other, driving the entire void to move. The vast power swept across the void, forming a world-destroying storm. In the center of this storm, there was a mysterious power as deep as an abyss flowing, trying to strangle the purple-robed young man in front of him into nothingness. I don't believe that you, a first sky of Immortal Realm expert, can really kill me. Facing the old man's attack again, Du Xiaofu's face suddenly became ferocious. An unyielding spirit rose from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to fight this Immortal Realm expert of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan to find out his specific level at this time. Moreover, if he really couldn't beat him, he still had a chance to continue to escape. Void 8 diagrams, rise for me! Du Xiaofu didn't hesitate anymore. The words that came out of his mouth were like a muffled thunder, shaking the void. Chapter 2806. Walala. When Du Xiaofu finished speaking, a huge 8 trigrams appeared out of thin air, entrenched in the void as if it was real. It looked as if it was created by supreme laws and was engraved between the heavens and earth. An enormous pressure that caused one's scalp to go numb descended and fiercely suppressed the sky. In the middle of the 8 trigrams in the void, the laws of matter seethed. Various phenomena appeared within it, and evolved into all things. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's domineering domain spread out and covered an area of thousands of miles. Everything was tightly bound. The law of space and the law of matter intertwined with each other. Accompanied by a domineering aura, it charged toward the elder of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan. To think that someone in the true severing tier could actually display such terrifying strength! The old man was shocked by Du Xiaofu's methods, especially the 8 trigrams hovering in the sky. Although he was at first sky of Immortal Realm, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. That terrifying pressure was all-pervasive, suppressing the old man's primordial spirit, causing his heart to tremble. All of a sudden, the void 8 trigrams collided fiercely with the destructive storm unleashed by the old man. Boom, boom, boom! A huge explosion resounded, and the entire world was filled with this sound. Every inch of space instantly exploded and turned into a chaotic zone. The laws of space and matter carried by the void 8 trigrams instantly exploded, turning into a large number of runes that spun and shot out in the void. At the same time, the energy storm that the old man had unleashed had been blasted into pieces, and no longer possessed any lethality. When the two completely different energies collided, the result was almost a tie. Such a scene greatly surprised the old man. Little bastard, you really have some tricks up your sleeve! But do you really think that this old man can't do anything to you? The elder of the sky-devouring demonic wolf clan stared at Du Xiaofu and said gloomily. No matter what, as an expert at first sky of Immortal Realm, he couldn't lose his cool in front of a junior at the true severing realm. Moreover, he hadn't used his full strength in that strike earlier. Therefore, the old man believed that as long as he exerted his full strength, he would be able to crush the purple-robed young man in front of him. No matter how ferocious the purple-robed young man's void 8 trigrams technique was, it was absolutely impossible for the purple-robed young man to resist. Old dog, you really talk a lot of nonsense. Didn't you say you wanted to kill me? But you've already made 2 moves, and I'm still standing here perfectly fine. As an Immortal Realm expert, could it be that you only know how to talk? Du Xiaofu's pair of dragon eyes stared straight at the old man as he spoke word by word. He was once again shaken by the previous blow, and it was not as easy as it seemed on the surface. After all, the difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great. Fighting with a gap of a whole realm was impossible. However, he was lucky that the 8 diagrams of the void that the master of the 3,000 worlds had taught him was extraordinary. Moreover, with the second transformation of the blue spirit armor, he could resist the first sky of Immortal Realm experts. If he had the purple lightning profound cauldron, he might really have a chance to win. Good. 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 If you want to die so badly, how could I disappoint you? The old man of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan's voice became gloomy with some murderous aura. He gathered his aura one more time, urging the power of principle. Around him, the principle of matter was like a pot of boiling water, constantly jumping. The invisible power of principle fluctuated, creating visible traces of principles and principles. They turned into lines, shuttling back and forth in the void, interweaving with each other to create a magical track. Swoosh! In an instant, it was as if a world had been born around the old man, and an extremely vast power swept out from within it. Layers of light rose, and everything in the world was created as if they were real. Different from Du Xiaofu's 8 diagrams, the old man's illusory world was created by the complete principle of matter. It gave people a feeling that it was a real world. However, the 8 diagrams of the void was different. Before Du Xiaofu had mastered the complete principle of matter, he could use the principles of mutual promotion and restraint to create thousands of images. Buzz, 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 as the world outside the old man's body was created, Du Xiaofu felt a desolate aura rushing toward him, pressing down on him rapidly. That terrifying power crushed down on his body, causing his azure dragon body to tremble. The immortal realm is indeed powerful. However, you're only at the first heavenly layer after all. You've only just integrated the principle of matter. You're still miles away from successfully integrating all the power of principle. Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes, trying to adjust his body and state to resist the terrible pressure. If we're talking about it, my attainments in the principle of matter are not much worse than yours. The only thing I'm lacking is the realm between true severing and immortal realm. While he was thinking, he held up another 8 diagrams. After that, the law of space spread out once more, enveloping the old man and the scene of the world that he had created. Divine thunder cauldron, break. Then, Du Xiaofu shouted loudly, his voice shaking the 9 heavens, breaking the void. The azure dragon body swung its tail in the void and rushed out, moving the 8 diagrams and the absolute dominating domain together. This time, he used the mystical ability of the void 8 trigrams to link the law of matter and the law of space together, causing the space around him to become abnormally terrifying. Heavenly lightning, earthly fire, mountains, rivers, and thousands of elephants all evaporated. Swoosh, 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 just as Du Xiaofu shouted, the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons whistled through the air and brazenly attacked. Like 9 meteors, they charged straight for the old man. You're indeed an extraordinary boy. No wonder the Taishe demonic dragon clan wanted to kill you. If you continue to grow, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to find many people in the 33 heavens who can stop you. Looking at Du Xiaofu rushing toward him, the old man couldn't help but think. The strength of the void 8 trigrams left him shocked once more. In this world, to be able to perfectly connect 2 primal laws together was absolutely a terrifying supernatural art that was rarely seen in the 33 heavens. At the very least, their heaven-devouring demonic wolf clan was far from qualified to have such an ability. Kill! Du Xiaofu didn't waste any more words with the old man. He let out another roar. He just wanted to determine the winner with this old man as soon as possible. After all, this was the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. If the experts of the other clans were to arrive, he would really be in danger. With the lesson last time, the experts of the Beast clan in this world would not let him hide in the desolate ancient space peacefully like they did decades ago, waiting for his master and the others to come with Shui Lu. Boy, go to hell! The old man of the heaven-devouring demonic wolf clan roared, a wolf's howl resounding. His old body stood in the center of the world, like a god between heaven and earth. The life and death of the common people were in his hands. Rumble! That world shook. Under the cover of Du Xiaofu's 8 diagrams, a monstrous power was released. The absolute domineering domain was collapsing and being crushed into powder. The space fell into the void piece by piece. Du Xiaofu's heavenly Dharma images evolved from the matter law were also crushed into powder one after another. Under the old man's full-strength attack, his method was still too weak in the end. It was destroyed as easily as crushing dry weeds. And the old man stood in the center of the world, motionless like a mountain, towering like a mountain, outstanding in the world. Although the world around him was greatly damaged, compared to Du Xiaofu, this kind of consumption was too insignificant. Puff, puff, puff. Du Xiaofu spat out purple gold blood from his mouth. His dragon body also burst out with cracks, blood spurting out and dragon scales flying. He gritted his teeth, his dragon eyes turned, and gathered all the strength in his body, controlling the 9 purple thunder profound cauldrons to fiercely strike. Huff, huff, huff! The 9 cauldrons carried a terrifying peerless power, cutting through the sky, dragging a long tail of lightning, and bombarding the world outside the old man's body time and time again. Chi! After a collision, a crack finally appeared in that world. Chi! After another collision, the cracks expanded, climbing like a spiderweb. Chi, chi, chi! After 7 consecutive divine thunder cauldrons fell, the world outside the old man's body finally exploded. It was blasted into pieces of law patterns, flying in the air. What a good treasure! What a good treasure! The old man's body was exposed in the void, but he did not feel the slightest bit of panic. With his cultivation, he did not suffer the slightest bit of injury. He only stared straight at the 9 divine thunder cauldrons that came crashing over again and again, his eyes burning with passion. From the very beginning, the old man had already seen that the 9 cauldrons were extraordinary, and after another round of fighting, he finally realized that these 9 divine thunder cauldrons were definitely supreme treasures. Without reaching the level of a high-grade law true weapon, it was absolutely impossible to destroy his world form with just a few simple bombardments. A high-grade law true weapon, or even more! The old man's eyes were filled with greed. For an immortal like him, it was impossible to have such a terrifying treasure. Perhaps only the 3 great clans like the Taisher Demon Dragon, the Green Blood Giant, and the Netherworld God clan would have so many high-grade, or even supreme-grade law true weapons. For a clan like the Heaven-Devouring Demonic Wolf, it was already a great fortune to have a mid-grade law true weapon. After killing you, these 9 cauldrons will be mine! The old man of the Heaven-Devouring Demonic Wolf clan licked his dry lips, his eyes emitting green light. After he finished speaking, he changed the topic again. No! I can't kill you like this. This old man will capture you alive and search your primordial spirit. This old man will also obtain your 8 trigrams technique. Whether it was the Purple Thunder Cauldron or the Void 8 trigrams, they were both absolutely powerful. The 9 cauldrons were rare treasures, and if he could learn the Void 8 trigrams technique, the old man was confident that he could use it to quickly integrate the laws he cultivated and then reach an even higher level of immortality. Old dog, you're dreaming! Just as the old man was fantasizing happily, Du Xiaofu laughed sinisterly. It was also at this moment that the 8th Divine Thunder Cauldron was already under his control, breaking through the boundless void and brazenly smashing towards the old man. Unfortunately, your cultivation is still too weak. If you were to improve further, this old man is afraid that this old man will really be unable to do anything to you. The old man recovered his senses, looked at Du Xiaofu, and said softly, From today onwards, everything on you is mine. As he spoke, he slowly stretched out a palm and brazenly slapped out, fiercely slapping the 8th Divine Thunder Cauldron. Clang! A loud sound shook the sky, as if the entire world was about to be torn apart by this terrifying sound wave. The 8th Divine Thunder Cauldron was also casually sent flying by the old man's palm, directly smashing into the void and disappearing into nothingness. Ugh! Du Xiaofu's throat let out a muffled groan as he was injured again, but the corners of his eyes revealed a sinister smile. He did not dare delay and continued to control the 9th cauldron to smash down. Humph! The old man snorted softly and actually slowly put one hand behind his back, the posture of an expert. His other palm was raised horizontally again and gently slapped out. This palm seemed ordinary, but there was endless mystic energy circulating within it. The nomological patterns intertwined and intertwined, fluctuating with a power that could shake the 9 heavens. Facing the 9th cauldron flying towards him, the old man attacked. Old dog, you're really arrogant. It was also at this moment that Du Xiaofu laughed coldly. He looked at the old man, and with a sudden thought, A mysterious and unfathomable power spread out in the air. Then, he saw the ninth cauldron's speed suddenly increase. Just before the old man's palm landed, it brushed past his palm and fiercely hit his chest. Bang! A muffled sound came from the old man's chest, like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, causing people's ears to go blank. Wah! After being hit by the ninth cauldron, the old man spat out a mouthful of blood. A dent appeared in his chest, and his sternum was shattered. Under the direct impact of the divine thunder cauldron's tyrannical power, even his immortal realm body could not withstand it, and was injured. How is this possible? The old man's body flew backward, and at the same time, his eyes could not help but be shocked. The law of time, it's actually the law of time. At that moment, with his strength, he could have directly sent the ninth cauldron flying. But suddenly, the divine thunder cauldron's speed suddenly increased, and it was as if the speed of his palm had slowed down, causing him to be caught off guard and be hit in the chest by a fierce force. He knew that the truth was that it was not that he had slowed down, and it was not that the ninth cauldron had become faster, but that the divine thunder cauldron had been affected by the acceleration of time, which caused him to be careless and be hit. What a powerful kid! The law of space and the law of matter have both reached the late stage of truth severing, and the law of time has also reached the early stage of truth severing. This kid is really extraordinary. If I don't kill him, he will definitely become a big problem in the future. The old man's heart was extremely shocked, and such thoughts came out uncontrollably. That purple-robed human youth was absolutely ordinary. Once he grew up, unless the meditative realm appeared again, no one in this Qian Su Jinghua heaven would be able to control him. Old dog, the taste is not bad, right? The corner of Du Xiaofu's mouth rose into a cold smile. Looking at the old man who was flying backward, he clenched his teeth and his eyes emitted a fierce intent. Then let's do it again. He calculated the distance the old man flew backward, and then with a thought, the law of soul spread out, and a wave of power that made one's primordial spirit palpitate spread out and attacked the old man. On the opposite side, the old man of the heaven-swallowing demonic wolf clan broke the void with one foot and stabilized his body. When Du Xiaofu's law of soul power rushed into his mind, he felt a moment of dizziness, but this feeling of dizziness was quickly dispelled by him. Soul power. The old man was shocked again, but just as he was about to say something, the space behind him suddenly exploded. Rumble. Another divine thunder cauldron suddenly appeared, and with the overbearing power of heaven and earth, it directly smashed the old man's back. Puff. The old man's body was knocked away, and blood spurted out of his mouth again, and his face suddenly became as pale as paper. Little bastard, this old man will tear you apart. After the old man stabilized his body, his eyes glowed with a green light, and they were filled with extreme hatred. If it was in the past, he would never have dared to imagine that he would suffer such a big loss at the hands of a junior at the true severing realm. This was definitely not something that ordinary people could understand. The purple-robed young man's methods were too strange. Who would have thought that the other party actually had such profound attainments in the four primordial laws of time, space, matter, and soul? This was too terrifying. In the 33 heavens, there were probably not many people like this since ancient times. Old dog, haven't you been clamoring to kill me? Oh no, you want to capture me, take my divine thunder cauldron, search my primordial spirit, and obtain the void 8 trigrams technique. But you've been shouting for so long, and I'm still standing here alive. Could it be that as an immortal powerhouse, your words are just farts? Du Xiaofu sneered, and his dragon body slowly rolled in the void, crushing pieces of space until they collapsed. Just now, he used the law of soul to cause the old man to feel dizzy for a moment, and then used the divine thunder cauldron to attack him, causing the old man to be injured again. And that divine thunder cauldron was the one that the old man had sent flying with a palm strike. After that cauldron broke through the void, Du Xiaofu used the power of his primordial spirit to guide it, and finally exploded with a terrifying attack. He had learned this method from Elder Kong. At that time, Elder Kong could directly guide his attack into the void, and then directly appear in front of the blood flame lotus, making it impossible to dodge. As Du Xiaofu's attainments in the law of space became deeper and deeper, this method was already used vividly by him. Although it was far from being as smooth as Elder Kong's, it was already able to catch the opponent off guard and catch them off guard. The facts proved that this method was extremely useful. At the very least, this immortal powerhouse of the heaven-devouring demonic wolf clan had fallen for it, and suffered a great loss. After experiencing the successive attacks of 2 divine thunder cauldrons, the old man had already suffered heavy injuries. Even though his life wasn't in any danger, such an accomplishment was sufficient to allow Du Xiaofu to look down upon his peers and make countless geniuses pale in comparison. Chapter 2807. Du Xiaofu, I swear I will tear you into pieces today. But before that, I will search your primordial spirit thoroughly. The old man of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan roared, his voice shaking the sky. He was so furious that he was on the verge of going berserk. He had been at the immortal realm for many years, but when had he ever suffered a loss in the hands of a true Severing Realm warrior? If news of this spread throughout the 33 heavens, he would become the laughingstock of everyone. As for Du Xiaofu, he would step on his back and his reputation would soar. This kind of situation absolutely could not be tolerated. As long as he killed the purple-robed young man in front of him, he could wash away this humiliation. Old dog, you only know how to bark. Didn't anyone tell you that a man doesn't speak well and a dog doesn't bark well? Du Xiaofu's pair of dragon eyes looked at him with a mocking look as if he really regarded the immortal realm warrior as an old dog. He was provoking him. Little bastard, I will kill you! The old man was enraged and resentful. He hated that he couldn't tear the purple-robed young man's mouth into pieces to vent his anger. Amidst the furious roar, the old man moved once again. A colorful light rose around his body and gradually evaporated. The power of various laws of matter intertwined and transformed, forming a terrifying void sword that brazenly appeared between heaven and earth. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As soon as the sharp sword appeared, a terrifying crack appeared between heaven and earth. It was like a deep abyss that connected the sky and the earth. It seemed to cut the whole world into 2. It was a terrifying scene. Rumble! Under the old man's control, the void sword suddenly moved, moving with a sharp, murderous intent. It slashed down on Du Xiaofu's head. Boundless power pulsed around the sword. Violent winds howled and shattered the void. Mighty power circulated and destroyed the heavens. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were in a mess. The entire area was overshadowed by such a terrifying sword strike. This old dog deserves to be at the immortal realm. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered as he watched the sword slash down. He wasn't an arrogant person, so he could naturally see the gap between them. If they really fought, he really wasn't a match for that old dog. If this continued, the person who would die in the end would very likely be him. However, it wasn't easy for him to leave now. He could only execute the void 8 trigrams once more and combine the 4 primordial laws of time, space, matter, and soul that he grasped to form an all-encompassing independent space that met the sword that slashed through the sky. As the void 8 trigrams spun rapidly, it carried this space with it, and brazenly collided with the old man's void sword. Boom, boom, boom! In the deafening roar, all the scenes outside Du Xiaofu's body were instantly cut apart. The connection between the 4 types of laws was broken and scattered. However, the void sword that the old man had slashed out continued to slash down with overwhelming power even though it had consumed a great amount of energy. Divine Thunder Cauldron, go! Du Xiaofu gave a loud shout, and the 9 purple lightning profound cauldrons moved in response, sweeping out through the air. Boom, 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 boom! With 9 consecutive explosions, the 9 cauldrons were knocked away one by one and smashed through the heavens and earth. However, the void sword also exploded under the power of the 9 cauldrons and turned into dust. Du Xiaofu's dragon-shaped body was sent flying. The dragon scales all over his body exploded and blood splattered everywhere. Such a collision was too terrifying. It was far beyond what he could withstand. Even the second transformation of the green spirit armor could hardly withstand it. Fortunately, Du Xiaofu had the immortal Xian body. After the injuries on his body appeared, they were constantly recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other hand, the elder of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan had once again suffered a certain degree of injury from the terrifying fragments of law. Although it was not very serious, for an immortal realm elite, to be in such a sorry state when facing a truth-severing realm elite was extremely ironic. "I'm not going to play with you, old dog. But one day I'll skin you, old dog, and stew your bones. I'll have a taste of dog meat," Du Xiaofu shouted. After glancing at the old man of the sky-devouring demonic wolf clan, he twisted his huge azure dragon body and quickly turned around, rushing in the direction of the spatial wormhole. After performing the first form of Fuyao several times in a row, he instantly went hundreds of thousands of miles away. "Little bastard, you want to leave just like that? It's not that easy." The old man looked at Du Xiaofu's back and said in a deep voice. His eyes were cold, and the green light was almost tangible. He did not even think about it. When Du Xiaofu turned around, he quickly chased after him. With his cultivation, he was not worried about being left behind by Du Xiaofu. "Old dog, not only do you bark fiercely, but your ability to chase people and bite them is also not weak." Du Xiaofu turned his head and saw the old man closely following him. He could not help but grit his teeth and say this. "Human brat, you can say all you want. After you die, this old man will tear your mouth apart like a frog's." The old man was full of hatred and tried hard to suppress his temper. Then, he once again gathered boundless majestic power and condensed it into a huge light sword. It stretched across the void and suddenly pierced down, directly attacking Du Xiaofu's azure dragon body. The power of the law of matter was vibrating, and a terrifying gully was directly drawn in the void, which extended all the way to Du Xiaofu's back. Du Xiaofu did not dare to hesitate. He once again summoned the 8 sides of the void and the 9 divine thunder cauldrons to meet such a sword. After a series of rumbling sounds, his body was once again sent flying, and a large amount of blood spurted out. His dragon body kept rolling, and everywhere he passed, the space collapsed and collapsed like a mountain. "Old dog!" Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth as he cursed. After successfully using the 2 divine thunder cauldrons to launch a sneak attack, the old man had been on guard and was always on high alert. He had no chance to hurt him again. In this way, Du Xiaofu could only keep his head down and run. If he did not run faster, he would definitely end up in a bad situation. "You can't escape!" Seeing Du Xiaofu turn around and run again, the old man of the heaven-swallowing demonic wolf clan yelled eerily. Along with the yell, another wave of attacks swept out, heading straight for Du Xiaofu. "Damn it!" Du Xiaofu cursed. He had no choice but to use his cultivation again to resist, but as expected, he was once again sent flying and injured. The 2 of them, one in front and one behind, chased each other. Again and again, the old man of the heaven-swallowing demonic wolf clan attacked Du Xiaofu with terrifying magical powers. And Du Xiaofu also launched his defense again and again, resisting with all his strength. The old man's cultivation was 1 realm higher than Du Xiaofu's. Whether it was the level of strength or the level of endurance, he had the upper hand. Under his ferocious attacks, Du Xiaofu was beaten until he was bleeding profusely. His whole body was covered in wounds, and blood was gushing out like a fountain. His injuries were getting worse and worse. Even with the immortal Xian body, he was almost unable to withstand it. As a result, when the 2 of them were less than 10,000 miles away from the wormhole, the old man finally caught up to Du Xiaofu. At such a close distance, he only needed to use 1 more attack, and he was not afraid that the kid would not fall. "Die!" the old man yelled. In an instant, he moved and attacked from afar with his palm. The void suddenly boiled. Heaven and earth trembled under this palm, and the surrounding space collapsed. "Goodbye, old dog!" However, Du Xiaofu did not use all his strength to resist this time. Instead, he stretched out his hands and tore the void, creating a huge spatial crack. His dragon body flew into it and disappeared. Still want to run? The old man's palm hit the spatial crack, but it did not seem to hit Du Xiaofu. This place was too close to the wormhole. If the kid was allowed to cross space again, he might really succeed in escaping. His eyelids twitched. He did not need to think at all. Just before the spatial crack in front of him disappeared, he also jumped into it. However, when the old man's foot just stepped into this pitch-black spatial crack, his heart suddenly jumped. He instinctively felt that something was wrong. This is not a spatial crack. The old man's heart trembled. He instantly sensed something. Damn it! This is that kid's spatial treasure! That year, he had participated in the encirclement of Du Xiaofu's group. He knew that this human kid had an extraordinary spatial treasure. It was because of this treasure that those 200+ humans could hide inside the spatial crack under the pursuit of almost half of the immortal realm experts in the entire Qiansu Jinghua heaven until the forces behind them came to rescue them. Such an extraordinary item made the old man's heart jump. A spatial treasure that could only be broken by a meditative oblivion expert. It must have something terrifying. He was only at the first sky of immortal realm. If he entered it, no one knew what would happen. Moreover, when he had just stepped in, he had clearly felt a strong sense of danger in his heart, so the old man did not dare to let his guard down. Retreat! The old man of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan didn't think much. He immediately retreated, preparing to fly away from this place. Old dog, since you're here, come and have a seat. As the owner of this place, I will treat you well. Right at this moment, Du Xiaofu's voice came, drilling into the old man's ears. Along with it, a flow of terrifying power came down, fiercely suppressing half of the old man's body that had just stepped into the desolate ancient space. Du Xiaofu had activated the power of the desolate ancient space. Even an immortal realm expert would have to bow down here. Little bastard, with your strength, don't think that you can trap me! The old man shouted. After all, he was an immortal realm expert. More importantly, he still had half of his body outside. The power of the desolate ancient space couldn't have an absolute effect on him. Under the eruption of his full strength, the invisible force that enveloped his body was like shackles that were being broken. His body struggled to move out of the desolate ancient space little by little. In just a moment, the old man had already broken out of the desolate ancient space by a few inches. Such a scene made Du Xiaofu, who was in the desolate ancient space, anxious. Stay here! He shouted, and the void 8 trigrams rushed up to the top of his head with a whoosh. The law of time, the law of space, the law of matter, and the law of soul, under the influence of the void 8 trigrams, intertwined with each other, forming a terrifying net that tightly bound the old man's body, pulling him into the desolate ancient space. Divine Thunder Cauldron, go for me! Du Xiaofu shouted again, and the 9 purple thunder cauldrons whistled through the air, rushing forward. In the blink of an eye, the 9 cauldrons rushed out of the desolate ancient space, and then suddenly turned back, like 9 meteors, smashing into the old man's back. Boy, don't think that you can trap me! The old man's throat let out a wolf-like howl, which made people's souls tremble. The old man's strength burst out, and he used all his strength to attack the invisible power wrapping around his body. Boom, boom, boom! Under the bombardment of the void 8 trigrams, the void 8 trigrams trembled, and Du Xiaofu's mind was also affected, and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. But his eyes were red, and he clenched his teeth tightly, not relaxing for even a moment. If he couldn't drag the old man into the desolate ancient space, then he really wouldn't have the strength to escape, and he could only hide in there and not come out. But in this way, he would be surrounded by people in the Qiansu Jinghua heaven. Even if he sent a message to his master Yu Qian now, it would be too late, and that old dog must have already informed the experts of other races. Divine Thunder Cauldrons, kill! Du Xiaofu moved his mind, and the 9 cauldrons roared fiercely, and terrifying purple lightning poured out from the 9 cauldrons, fiercely crashing into the old man. Scram! The old man roared loudly, and he slapped out again and again, blasting the 9 cauldrons away one by one. However, his body, which had struggled a few inches out of the desolate ancient space, was driven by Du Xiaofu's 8 trigrams under the huge impact of the 9 cauldrons. "Old dog, you must die today!" Du Xiaofu's eyes widened in anger, and he roared crazily, using all his strength. The power of the desolate ancient space and the void 8 trigrams were all mobilized by him, and all of them suppressed the old man. Layer after layer of law traces flew and evolved. The lightning was striking, the fire was burning, the mountains and rivers were rushing, and the flood was surging. All kinds of scenes came one after another, and even with the old man's cultivation, he could only barely maintain a relative stability under such circumstances. He simply couldn't free himself to deal with these, because the 9 divine thunder cauldrons were like 9 lunatics, controlled by Du Xiaofu's mind. They bombarded him again and again, and then were sent flying by him again and again, but then with a rumbling sound, they were suppressed and killed again. This kind of continuous attack was too terrifying, and it was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Under such circumstances, the old man's body was hit by the divine thunder cauldrons little by little, and moved into the desolate ancient space. He couldn't imagine, with Du Xiaofu's cultivation, how could he still remain standing after using all his strength. He couldn't understand at all, because his opponent had clearly suffered great injuries before. "Boy, don't think of tricking me!" At this time, the old man of the heaven-swallowing demonic wolf clan finally felt fear. His face was red, and he roared desperately. However, Du Xiaofu was really going against him, and he didn't relax at all, and didn't give him any chance to escape. Inexplicable fear rose in the old man's heart, and he was like a fish struggling on the beach, with endless fear. He didn't know what he would face if he was dragged into this space treasure, but he knew that it wouldn't be a good ending. Awwa. The old man was really anxious. His body changed rapidly, and the heaven-swallowing demon's body appeared. The terrifying wolf howl pierced through the gold and cracked the stone, and went straight into the depths of one's soul. Like a small mountain, his body stood at the entrance of the desolate ancient space. His 4 hooves stepped in the void, and his body surged with rays of light, desperately trying to break free. "Such a big dog, it's enough for me to have a good meal." Du Xiaofu's eyes were cold, and he clenched his teeth tightly. While restraining the heaven-swallowing demonic wolf, he also controlled the 9 divine thunder cauldrons to continuously attack from outside the desolate ancient space. The old man's body, under the repeated attacks, moved inch by inch into the desolate ancient space. Finally, at a certain moment, after more than half of the old man's body had entered, Du Xiaofu mobilized all of his strength, and in one move, he suddenly dragged him in. Huff, huff, huff! Du Xiaofu's entire body collapsed to the ground in an instant. He was gasping for breath, and was extremely exhausted. Coupled with the terrifying injuries he had suffered, he was about to lose the strength to even stand up. A ray of light flashed on his azure dragon's body, and he transformed into his original human form. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs stretched out. His throat was moving, and his chest was heaving up and down. He couldn't stop gasping. "Boy, how dare you trick me!" At this time, the old man was also very tired. However, as an immortal realm expert, he still had at least 10 to 20% of his strength left. He looked at Du Xiaofu, who was lying on the ground, and was very angry. The heaven-swallowing demonic wolf's body immediately flew up and went to Du Xiaofu's side. This purple-robed human youth was extremely cunning. He had opened the entrance of the space treasure, and made the old man think that he had torn open the space to escape. Without thinking, the old man rushed into the crack. Who knew that he would be tricked into this place in the end? "You're the one who tricked me, old dog!" Du Xiaofu lay on the ground. He didn't move, but the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. He was very satisfied. "Even if you tricked me into this place, so what? Now you're an arrow at the end of its flight. You're still at my mercy!" The old man's wolf eyes shot out green light, and he looked at Du Xiaofu with a serene look. His huge body stood beside the purple-robed young man, and he directly lifted one of his front paws and stomped down. In an instant, the power of law flowed and rose. It fluctuated with a domineering and ferocious aura, which made the ancient desolate space shake. You don't even know that you're about to die. I feel sorry for you, Du Xiaofu said lightly. He gently lifted one of his palms and waved it without any fancy moves. Swoosh! The invisible power of the ancient desolate space was mobilized by him. Suddenly, a strong wind blew out, and it was like a sharp blade cutting through everything. Suddenly, the power of law formed by the old man was torn into pieces by the power of the wind blade. It was broken in an instant. As for Du Xiaofu, he was lying on the ground as if he had lost half of his life. However, he was not injured at all. Such a scene made the old man turn pale with fright. Chapter 2808. Now that you're in my territory, what else do you want to do? Du Xiaofu said mockingly as he looked at the old man's sky-devouring demonic wolf body. Since he had trapped the other party in the ancient desolate space, everything that happened next would be under his control. Here, he was the heavens, he was the master of this space. Even if an immortal realm expert came here, they could only be trampled by him. Unless the old man of the sky-devouring demonic wolf clan had the cultivation of the meditative state, he would have a chance to break through everything here and escape. But obviously, this possibility was just a joke. This space has its own independent rules. The old man of the sky-devouring demonic wolf clan was horrified. He seemed to have lost his soul as his legs went soft, and he stumbled back a few steps. At this point, how could he not see the uniqueness of this space? This was obviously a space with its own independent rules, and everything was in the hands of the purple-robed young man in front of him. This was definitely an item refined by a super expert. It could be said that here, if the other party wanted him to live, he would live. If the other party wanted him to die, he could only die. No wonder! No wonder hundreds of thousands of immortal realm experts couldn't find this space rule. So that's why. The old man's expression changed drastically, and the sky-devouring demonic wolf's face was also filled with fear. Everything that happened back then was still fresh in their minds. So many immortal realm experts had surrounded and killed more than 200 humans, but they were covered up by this space treasure. In the end, the meditative state ancestor of the Taisher demonic dragon clan came out and found it. Right there, everyone knew that the space rule of this human youth was very powerful. But before today, the old man had never thought that it would be so powerful. This was too terrifying. How was this a space? This was simply a small world with its own rules and order. Here, all the rules were controlled by Du Xiaofu. If he wanted to kill him, it would only take a thought. I said that one day, I'll skin you and stew your bones for a good meal. After a moment of rest, Du Xiaofu finally recovered some strength. He pushed his hands against the ground and stood up shakily. He looked at the sky-swallowing demonic wolf in front of him and said with a grin. Then, he stretched out his hand again and slowly slapped out. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was like a god between the heavens and earth. He possessed supreme power and looked down on all living beings while dominating the universe. His palm was light, but it stirred up the power of the entire desolate ancient space and pressed down on the old man of the heavens-swallowing demonic wolf clan. My life is over! The old man screamed as he felt the aura of death approaching. Facing the boundless mystic energy around him, which was like thousands of mountains collapsing and thousands of waves roaring towards him, he couldn't help but feel terrified, and his body trembled. The old man was stunned. Looking at the monstrous attack, he seemed to be in a daze. For a moment, he actually forgot to resist. When the boundless aura fell on him, he woke up as if he had just woken up from a dream. His throat burst out with an ear-piercing howl. No! His immortal realm cultivation base surged. He wanted to resist this terrifying attack, but it was too late. Under Du Xiaofu's control, the unimaginable power of the desolate ancient space destroyed the old man's resistance in just a blink of an eye. Then, the old man's body was pressed down, and he couldn't move any more. Old man, let me have a taste of your dog meat. Du Xiaofu laughed and pointed at the old man. A light sword appeared in the space, slashing down and cutting off the old man's neck directly. Besides, a fierce light flashed and destroyed the primordial spirit of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf. Shortly, a first Sky of Immortal Realm expert was killed just like that. The giant corpse of the wolf lay on the ground like a small mountain. Before leaving the Qiansu Jinghua sky, I can have a good meal again. Du Xiaofu looked at the corpse of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf in front of him, licked his lips and laughed. Then, he didn't think more. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and began to adjust his breathing to heal his wounds. Fighting against the Immortal Realm expert this time, he had received a lot of damage, which was much more serious than he had imagined. When he was fighting in the outside world, he was still okay. At least, under the protection of the Divine Thunder Cauldron and the Void 8 diagrams, he was just shaken violently. Although his wounds were serious, they weren't too deep. He still had the power to run away. Later on, when he dragged the old man into the desolate ancient space, he had used all of his strength. Under the full resistance of the Immortal Realm expert, Du Xiaofu had received an unimaginable shock. His entire body had been consumed to the extreme, and his energy had been overdrawn. In such a desperate fight, no one dared to relax. Otherwise, they would probably die. Thus, in the end, Du Xiaofu was completely exhausted. If that old man had resisted a little longer, or if his cultivation base had been deeper, or if he had resisted more fiercely, Du Xiaofu would have hurt his foundation. He couldn't help but sigh. This time, he was really lucky. It was all because of the old man's carelessness that he had ended up like this. Otherwise, with his peak of the late stage of true Severing Realm, he couldn't have fought against a first Sky of Immortal Realm expert. At most, he could have escaped. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Du Xiaofu closed his eyes and continued to breathe to heal his wounds. However, less than 1 day had passed in the desolate ancient space. He opened his eyes, stood up, and cut the corpse of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf. Then, he walked out of the desolate ancient space. It's better to leave this place as soon as possible. If we wait for the powerhouses of the other races to arrive, then we'll really have no way out. Du Xiaofu mumbled to himself. But before I leave, I have to give you guys a big gift. Haha. While he was talking, he dragged a giant wolf leg meat to a mountain ridge. This wolf leg meat was much bigger than his entire body. Soon, a bonfire was burning. Du Xiaofu held the wolf leg meat in his hand, slowly roasting it over the bonfire. Not long after that, the wolf meat glowed with oil. The aroma of the meat spread out with the wind. After I finish eating this wolf leg meat, the other races should be here soon. Du Xiaofu mumbled to himself, calculating the time. The old man of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan must have sent the message. He had wasted almost 1 day in the desolate ancient space, but only a short time had passed in the outside world. He still had enough time to eat his fill. Moreover, he was now less than 100 miles away from the wormhole. He didn't even need to use the Fuyao first form to travel. Even if the enemy came, he could easily retreat. When the meat was cooked and seasoned, Du Xiaofu ate heartily on the spot. He was like a starving child, gnawing on the wolf leg meat. As he ate, he smacked his lips, praising the chewiness of the wolf meat. It was fragrant and delicious. It seems that I'm not full yet. Not long after, the wolf leg meat was eaten clean by him. Du Xiaofu touched his stomach and muttered. Then, the bonfire was set up again. This time, a divine thunder cauldron was used as a big pot. Hot water was boiling inside, cooking a pot of wolf meat and rib soup. After another round of wolfing down the pork rib soup, Du Xiaofu finally burped and happily rubbed his round belly. He even rolled on the ground with a satisfied expression. However, right at this moment, a loud shout shook the earth, tearing the sky. "Human kid, let's see where you can run this time!" Hearing that voice, Du Xiaofu quivered. He jumped up from the ground like a carp. "They've caught up with me so fast!" Du Xiaofu didn't need to think to know that it was the experts of the other races who had caught up with him after receiving the message. Shortly after, 5 figures walked out of the void, standing in front of Du Xiaofu. These 5 figures all carried with them a wild and tyrannical aura. Law runes faintly circled around their bodies, entangling and tangling together. Obviously, they were 5 Immortal Realm experts. None of them was weaker than the dead old man of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan. They were at least at the first sky of the Immortal Realm. The creatures of the Qian Su Jinghua heaven really think highly of me. As soon as I made a move, those who came out were all at the Immortal Realm. There wasn't even a true Severing Realm expert. Du Xiaofu blinked his eyes as he thought to himself. Du Xiaofu, you still dare to show up in our Qian Su Jinghua heaven? You're courting death. Among those who came, an old man who looked around 70 years old looked at Du Xiaofu, pointing at him and saying harshly, "Hey! Look!" Right after that, another old man of similar age exclaimed in surprise. He suddenly pointed at the bonfire in front of Du Xiaofu. There, a few beast bones lay horizontally. They looked like huge clubs, solid and thick. Pure energy waves were emitting from them. This aura. It's Lang Ji. Lang Ji was killed by him. Shortly, someone found the aura of the bones on the ground. It was from the expert of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan. Such a scene caused everyone to be stunned, and they were unable to speak for a long, long time. Dozens of years ago, that human kid was only at the true Severing Realm. Although his aura had deepened, he hadn't reached the Immortal Realm yet. But why did the skeleton of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan's first sky of Immortal Realm expert appear here? They couldn't figure it out. They didn't know how it could be like this. Is there someone else hiding in the dark? They couldn't help but be tense as they thought of a possibility. Dozens of years ago, this purple-robed young man had stirred up the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. He had many experts with him, and they were all at the Immortal Realm. If those people were here, their people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between their teeth. Seems like there's no one else here. After checking for a while, everybody calmed down a little bit. They didn't find any trace of outsiders. Could it be that this kid has some sort of precious treasure in his possession, or used some sort of trick to successfully kill Lang Ji? It's possible. Look at his aura. Apparently, he was severely wounded. If it's true, he must die today. The 5 experts secretly guessed in their hearts. In the end, they were sure that Du Xiaofu definitely had some kind of peerless treasure on him. After a bloody battle, he was able to kill Lang Ji. Of course, he didn't have the blood-gold long saber. Otherwise, even if he couldn't use the full power of the long saber, he couldn't have been wounded that badly. Little bastard, you dared to kill our clan's expert. I will chop you into pieces. Right at this moment, a gray-haired old man in the crowd shouted. He had a pair of green eyes like the dead old man. They were from the same clan, the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan. When he saw that all that was left of the expert of his clan was a pile of bones, it was obvious that Lang Ji had died and was eaten by that little bastard Du Xiaofu. Looking at his round belly, they knew he had eaten a lot. This made the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan's expert furious. He swore to kill that purple-robed young man. This kid has gone too far. Last time, he had more than 200 Immortal Realm experts to protect him. This time, he dared to eat our beast clan's expert alone. If these two things are spread out, the creatures of our Jinghua heaven will become the laughingstock of the whole world. Where did he get the courage to come to our Jinghua heaven? Not only that, he even dared to eat our beast clan's meat. This human is too arrogant. This human is too arrogant. Kill him. We must kill him. The 5 Immortal Realm experts couldn't restrain their anger. They all shouted. They couldn't imagine that a young man at the true Severing Realm could kill an expert at first sky of Immortal Realm. Moreover, he could enjoy a delicious meal. They had lived for so many years, but they had never seen such an arrogant person. You want to kill me with just you? Listening to their shouts, Du Xiaofu arched his eyebrows and sneered. Be careful. This sky-swallowing demonic wolf is your lesson. In the end, you will also become my food. He looked at the 5 people in front of him provocatively. He gently put the divine thunder cauldron into his jiankun bag. He didn't look nervous at all. It seemed he had something to rely on. Kid, you're courting death. I want to use your life to take revenge for Lang Ji. This time, let's see how you can escape. Today, you must die. The 5 Immortal Realm experts all shouted. Their words were harsh, and they were indescribably furious. At this moment, the murderous aura from their bodies was earth-shaking, as if they wanted to tear the sky apart. Kill! The sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan's expert shouted. His figure dashed out, taking the lead to attack Du Xiaofu. Kill! The other 4 moved at the same time. Each of them carried with them the power to destroy heaven and earth, shaking the heaven and earth and destroying the void. I'm not going to play with you anymore. However, Du Xiaofu had already made his move just as the experts were about to make their moves. He chuckled. Then, a golden light flashed past where he stood, and he disappeared into thin air. Almost at the same time when Du Xiaofu disappeared, the space was sealed by the power of the Immortal Realm experts. Violent attacks descended like a tsunami, turning the space into a chaotic void. Damn it! He escaped! Du Xiaofu's escape naturally couldn't escape the senses of these people. Chase! Someone shouted. He tore the void and chased after him. In just half a breath's time, the 5 figures arrived at the space wormhole. In front of them, a huge circular wormhole appeared, covering an area of thousands of miles. It was pitch black inside, like a terrifying demon king's huge mouth. It was ferocious, frightening, and emitted a frightening majesty. Pieces of mysterious runes flickered, shuttling back and forth in the void, emitting bright light and releasing a terrifying, vast aura. That part of the void was intertwined in an organized manner, leading to an unknown place. And that purple-robed human youth Du Xiaofu's figure had already disappeared in this wormhole. Damn it! He still escaped! An expert smashed his fist into the void, smashing through the space. A huge black hole appeared, which didn't dissipate for a long time. He was already infuriated to the extreme, and he was extremely vexed because Du Xiaofu had fled. That brat's space techniques are too mysterious and magical. We simply couldn't stop him at such a close distance. An expert's eyes emitted piercingly cold light, and he said word by word. This time, he actually managed to escape. All the major races of our Qian Su Jinghua heaven have lost all face. Who would have thought that brat would dare to come to this world after several decades? And this time, he came alone. His courage is simply too big. Arrogant. Savage. This human is too arrogant, too savage. As long as he doesn't die, he'll be a disgrace to all the creatures in this world. We must kill him. He must die. Only then can we vent the hatred in our hearts. The 5 experts looked at the undulating wormhole, and all of them said hatefully. Du Xiaofu's existence was the stain of all the experts in this world. As long as he existed, all the experts in this world who knew about him would feel as if a bone was stuck in their throats and a thorn in their backs. There was nothing that could make them feel so humiliated. He's already entered the wormhole. We can't catch up. At this moment, an expert calmed down and said slowly, Let's propose to the Taisher Demon Dragon, the Green Blood Giant, and the Divine Netherworld clan to send people to guard this wormhole. Once that brat appears again, he'll be killed immediately. When this expert finished speaking, his killing intent shot out uncontrollably, surging in the void. Good! Let's do that! If that brat dares to come again, he won't be able to return. He must die. Only then can all the humiliation be erased. Only in the furious curses of the 5 experts, they disappeared from the wormhole one after another. This area quieted down again. Only the wormhole in the sky was still opening its huge ferocious mouth, as if it was going to swallow someone. Chapter 2809. Translator. H2DH2 Mr. After Du Xiaofu entered the wormhole, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. After all, those were 5 Immortal Realm experts. The pressure they gave him was too great. He was very clear in his heart that if he hadn't run away quickly enough, the other party would have only used a simple spatial lock to make the first form of Fu Yao lose its use. The primordial demon dragon clan, the green blood giant clan, and the divine underworld clan. Why do these 3 great clans want to kill me? Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes as he traveled through the wormhole. Du Xiaofu is not too afraid of most of the creatures in the Qian Su Jinghua heaven. Presumably, the reason why those people tried so hard to kill him was only because they were hostile to outsiders. On the contrary, it was the 3 strongest clans that had named him and wanted to kill him. This made people think that there must be some secret behind this. In fact, if Du Xiaofu saw the 2 young people who had been to the Taisher demonic dragon clan, he might understand the whole story. It's almost 100 years. Yu Qing Divine Nation, I'm back! Du Xiaofu collected his thoughts and cheered as he flew out of the wormhole. For Du Xiaofu, a few decades of seclusion was already an extremely long time. From the moment he stepped onto the path of cultivation until he arrived at the 33 heavens, it had taken him about the same amount of time. From this, it could be seen that the advancement of this realm was indeed becoming more and more difficult in the future. He couldn't imagine how long he would stay in the immortal realm. Return to the Divine Palace directly. After exiting the wormhole, Du Xiaofu determined the direction and headed towards the Yuqing Divine Palace. After he had made a breakthrough in the cultivation of the 4 primordial laws, his speed had become even faster. It did not take him too long to enter the Divine Palace. The first thing he had to do was, of course, to pay respects to his master, Yu Yuqian. As for this cheap master of his, Du Xiaofu had only started to treat him as a close relative after experiencing the crisis decades ago. Not everyone would do their best to help you when you were in trouble. In Du Xiaofu's mind, Yu Yuqian must have expended a great deal of effort in order to summon bloody slaughter. Master, your disciple is back. After some investigation, Du Xiaofu came to Yu Yuqian's residence and bowed. Xiaofu is my disciple. Just as Du Xiaofu bent down, a figure appeared in front of him, and a pair of old but powerful hands helped him up. Yu Yuqian nodded and smiled as brightly as a chrysanthemum. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. He looked Du Xiaofu up and down, from head to toe, as if he was trying to see if Du Xiaofu had suffered any injuries. The result made Yu Yuqian's face change dramatically. Xiaofu, how did you get hurt so badly? He spoke hastily, grabbing Du Xiaofu's arm and asking anxiously. At the same time, Yu Yuqian's eyebrows shot up like a raging rooster, on the verge of going berserk. Your disciple is fine. Du Xiaofu was even more touched. Yu Yuqian's expression couldn't be faked. His concern was evident in his words. He didn't want to worry him, so he told him what had happened earlier, from meeting the experts of the sky-swallowing demonic wolf clan to escaping into the wormhole. However, when Yu Yuqian heard what he had said, he was dumbfounded. He didn't move for a long time. Kill a first sky of Immortal Realm expert? Yu Yuqian's eyes opened wide like copper bells. His face was filled with disbelief. He stared at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at a monster. What kind of concept was a first sky of Immortal Realm expert? That was an existence who had comprehended a complete primitive principle. He could easily borrow the momentum of heaven and earth to move. His means were sky-high. Yu Yuqian had spent many years relying on countless heavenly and earthly treasures to reach the first sky of Immortal Realm. Didn't it mean that this kid's current power could compete with him? Yu Yuqian couldn't believe it. This guy's growth was too fast. Master, why are you looking at me like that? Du Xiaofu felt his scalp tingle under Yu Yuqian's stare. He couldn't help but stutter. Did you really kill a first sky of Immortal Realm expert? Yu Yuqian cocked his head and asked again. He still couldn't believe it. The difference between the true Severing Realm and the Immortal Realm was like heaven and earth. In this world, the true Severing Realm experts who could fight against the Immortal Realm experts were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. There weren't even 2 or 3 of them in the entire 33 skies. It was the gap between two big realms. It wasn't something that could be easily closed. However, Yu Qian knew that Du Xiaofu didn't have any heaven-defying treasures that could overlook the gap between two big realms. Master, look! Du Xiaofu saw that his master didn't believe him, so he had to open his arms begrudgingly. He opened the desolate ancient space. The massive wolf corpse appeared in Yu Qian's sight. Looking at the sky-swallowing demonic wolf's corpse, which was like half a small mountain, Yu Qian was stunned. With his cultivation base, he could easily recognize that it was the corpse of an immortal realm expert. Only now did Yu Qian have no choice but to believe what Du Xiaofu said. He blinked and couldn't stop smacking his lips. He sighed inwardly. This kid was really intimidating. However, how could the wolf corpse be cut open? A part of it was missing? Could it be... Kid, did you eat another immortal realm expert? Yu Qian squinted and looked at Du Xiaofu. Looking at the sky-swallowing demonic wolf's corpse, Yu Qian instantly understood the situation. This brat must have been impudent again. After killing the immortal realm expert, he must have had a good meal. Hee. Du Xiaofu suddenly felt embarrassed. He touched the back of his head and couldn't stop laughing. What are you laughing at? Seeing Du Xiaofu's expression, Yu Qian suddenly flew up and slapped Du Xiaofu's head hard. Master, why did you hit me? Du Xiaofu's head went numb. Stars were about to pop out of his eyes. He covered his head and asked, feeling very wrong. That's right, I hit you. You feel wrong. Yu Qian's beard stood on end as he glared at Du Xiaofu. Then, he knocked on Du Xiaofu's head like raindrops, producing a dong-dong sound. Master, don't hit me. Master. Let's talk. Du Xiaofu was dumbfounded. He covered his head and ran around in the palace. The more he talked, the more wronged he felt. He didn't know what he had done wrong. However, since his master wanted to hit him, he couldn't fight back. He had no other choice but to run. Most importantly, he was still seriously injured. He couldn't escape from Yu Qian's pursuit. I'll let you show off. I'll let you show off, Yu Qian said angrily. He didn't show any mercy. He really turned into a raging rooster and slapped Du Xiaofu's butt. He would either knock Du Xiaofu's head with his knuckles, or slap Du Xiaofu's butt into 18 pieces. Master, I'm wrong. Master, I won't show off anymore. But... you have to tell me where I'm wrong. Du Xiaofu jumped up and down, shuttling back and forth in the void. But he couldn't escape from Yu Qian's demonic hands. He was really helpless. Just now, they were chatting quite well, but why did his master suddenly get angry? Du Xiaofu couldn't figure it out at all. I'll let you show off. I'll let you show off. After Yu Qian hit him for a while, he stopped and stood in front of Du Xiaofu. His face was full of anger as he pointed at Du Xiaofu and said angrily, Immortal Realm! Do you know how strong an immortal realm is? You didn't think about running for your life after meeting one. You actually fought with him. Your cultivation has broken through. You're capable now, right? Yu Qian stared at Du Xiaofu fiercely and rolled up his sleeves. He looked like he wanted to rush up and beat him up again. At first, when he heard that his disciple killed an immortal realm expert, he was really shocked because it was really hard to believe. But then Yu Qian came back to his senses. This brat was really audacious. He actually dared to fight with an immortal realm expert? His confidence swelled after breaking through. He wanted to die more quickly, right? Yu Qian was so angry that he really wanted to hang Du Xiaofu up and give him a good beating. Master, Du Xiaofu opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But he was interrupted by Yu Qian's cold shout. Shut up! Yu Qian almost jumped up. He pointed at Du Xiaofu and said, Look at you! Look at the injuries on your body. If they were any worse, your cultivation foundation would have been destroyed. You dared to fight with an immortal realm expert. Do you know how lucky you are to still be alive? He looked at Du Xiaofu, and when he spoke of Du Xiaofu's injuries, the fury in his eyes softened. In an instant, it turned into endless heartache. No matter how high his disciple's cultivation was, no matter how strong his ability was, it was not as important as his life. I know I was wrong. I won't do it again, master. Du Xiaofu covered his head with one hand and rubbed his butt with the other. He looked extremely wrong. But at the same time, he was moved. The reason why Yu Yuqian was so angry was completely out of consideration for his own safety. Thinking about it, in the process of fighting with Lang Ji, he also faced many terrifying dangers. The injuries he suffered were unimaginable. Especially the tug-of-war between the two of them at the entrance of the ancient desolate space. If he was not careful, he could have died without a burial place, never to be reincarnated. Thinking about it now, Du Xiaofu really felt that he was too audacious. No wonder Yu Yuqian was so angry. You dare to do it again. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Yu Yuqian's pupils shrank. He wanted to rush up and teach him a lesson. No. There won't be a next time. Du Xiaofu quickly shook his hands, not daring to quibble. Humph. Yu Yuqian's expression became a little better. He angrily took out something from his Qianquan bag and threw it to Du Xiaofu with great disgust, saying, "Take this." Du Xiaofu caught it and looked at it in his hand. It was a jade bottle. He opened the cork of the bottle, and in an instant, a wave of energy so pure that it made one's hair stand on end came out. A ray of light erupted and flowed out from the mouth of the bottle like a solid liquid. It rippled in the air, and with a light sniff, one would immediately feel refreshed, as if half of the injuries on one's body had been healed. What a terrifying energy! Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled fiercely. He was shocked by the contents of the jade bottle. This was definitely not an ordinary thing. Just by opening the cork and taking a small sniff, he felt that his divine soul had become much more active. This is true spirit heavenly dew. It will be of great help to your injuries. It can nourish your body and divine soul. Find a time to take it and refine it well. Yu Yuqian restrained his emotions and said indifferently, "Thank you, master." Du Xiaofu was very happy and bowed respectfully to Yu Yuqian. This was definitely something good. He quickly closed the jade bottle and put it into his Qianquan bag. Sigh. On the opposite side, Yu Yuqian suddenly let out a long sigh. He slightly raised his head and looked at the void, as if he could see through everything in the world. His whole body was overflowing with an otherworldly charm. He said, "This old man has taken in many disciples in this life, but I know my own ability. I can't teach many good disciples. Only one of your senior brothers has outstanding achievements. But to be honest, he could grow to such a level, but it was not me who taught him. What I could give him back then was even less than what I can give you now." Mas. Du Xiaofu stepped forward, but saw Yu Yuqian waving his hand. He could only swallow the rest of his words into his stomach. Although I hope that every disciple can be extraordinary and can soar to the sky in one go and become a supreme talent, I know that this is unrealistic. So even if your talent is far from what ordinary people can compare to, I also hope that one day you can reach the same height as your senior brothers. But what I want to see more is that all my disciples can live well. Compared to standing at the top of the world and looking down on all living things, this is the most important thing. As Yu Yuqian spoke, there was a hint of desolation. Du Xiaofu will remember Master's teachings. Du Xiaofu bowed deeply. How could he not understand Yu Yuqian's thoughts? Just like the people around him, Du Xiaofu naturally hoped that they could all be dragons and become the strongest in this world. But if he had to choose between cultivation and life, Du Xiaofu would rather all of them be mortals and live out their lives peacefully. Master's talent is not enough, and I can't teach my disciples well. Everything depends on your own efforts. But sometimes, retreating when necessary is not a sign of weakness. Even those people who are worried about you must know how to weigh the pros and cons. When you are in an absolute disadvantage, you must have the courage to retreat. Yu Yuqian gently turned around and looked at Du Xiaofu as he spoke. I will remember. Du Xiaofu bowed again and replied seriously. Seeing Du Xiaofu's sincere attitude, Yu Yuqian finally nodded lightly. He put away his emotions and said to Du Xiaofu, Quickly recover to your peak state and go to the ancient desolate space to refine the true spirit heavenly dew. Save some time. 5 days later, there is a big matter in the Yuqing Divine Kingdom that requires your participation. After that, you have to prepare to enter the Fiend God Battle Realm. A big matter in the Yuqing Divine Kingdom? Du Xiaofu was surprised. He knew that the Fiend God Battle Realm was about to open, but he didn't know what the Divine Kingdom was preparing for that he had to participate. That's right. At that time, there will be a competition between the younger generation. The final winner will receive an unimaginable reward. Yu Yuqian nodded and replied with certainty. A competition between the younger generation and an unimaginable reward? Du Xiaofu's eyes instantly lit up. He hurried to Yu Yuqian's side and asked shamelessly, Master, what kind of treasure is it? Yu Yuqian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This disciple of his had a crafty look. The moment he mentioned the reward, he became energetic. It was as if his injuries had healed in an instant. He had to admit that this little thief was as crafty as a ghost. As for what the reward is, I won't tell you for now. You only need to know that the reward is much bigger than you can imagine. Yu Yuqian put on a mysterious expression, glanced at Du Xiaofu, and said, It's that amazing? Du Xiaofu felt his body tremble slightly. He was extremely excited. From Yu Yuqian's words, the reward must be extremely amazing. Could it be a treasure on the level of a mid-grade, or even high-grade law true treasure? Or could it be something as terrifying as the Azure Dragon's blood essence? When he thought of this, Du Xiaofu's blood began to boil. Since Yu Yuqian said that the reward was much bigger than he imagined, he might as well let his imagination run wild. According to the scale of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom in the Supreme Changrong Heaven, they should be able to obtain a low-grade law true treasure. That was why Du Xiaofu dared to think that the reward would be even bigger. I must obtain this treasure! Du Xiaofu rubbed his hands excitedly. His entire body was glowing, and he was full of energy. He was confident that among the younger generation of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom, his strength was definitely ranked at the top. There shouldn't be anyone who could compare to him. He knew the strongest Yuqingxi, Duanizong, and He Jixin, and they probably wouldn't be a match for him. As for Yuqing Liang, Yuqing Yu, He Jibai, and the others, there was no need to even mention them. Humph! Kid, don't be too arrogant. This time, Qing Yan and Qing Yao have also returned from the 3,000 boundless worlds. In terms of cultivation, they shouldn't be much weaker than you. You have to be careful. Don't fall into their hands. Yu Yuqian glanced at Du Xiaofu from the corner of his eyes and snorted. Yu Qing Yan, Yu Qing Yao? Du Xiaofu was surprised. These two were the eldest son and eldest daughter of the divine emperor Yu Taiyan. In other words, they were the eldest prince and princess of the Yuqing Divine Kingdom, and the grandson and granddaughter of his master, Yu Yuqian. After Du Xiaofu came to the Yuqing Divine Kingdom, he had never seen these two people. He only knew of their existence. He had heard from He Jibai and Yu Qingliang that Yu Qingyan and Yu Qingyao had cultivated for more than 2,000 years. Their cultivation was extremely profound, and they had already reached the true severing realm more than 1,000 years ago. Now that they had returned to the Yuqing Divine Kingdom, their strength must have increased tremendously. It could be said that if these two people participated in the competition in 5 days, they would definitely be strong opponents for Du Xiaofu. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.